not Scotty Scheffele.
Nope, and he followed it up with another. Starting to stack some birdies on 4 and 5, but after dropping a shot on 13, you mentioned it, this is a 3-wood on 14, the drivable par 4. Cannot hit it better.
This is where he said yesterday or Friday he felt something in the swing, it clicked. Obviously, the rest of the day, that day, and today.
Looks like a formality, but every putt requires your full attention. Buries that for eagle. And then on 15, you mentioned it. It's a par 5. He's got such great touch, such great hands. You see that bite as it releases a bit down. It gives him another opportunity for birdie. He buries it. Then on 16, as we enter the famed Green Mile stretch, this is spot on.
This is when he really needed to play. Look at the wind starting to pick up, and he did just that. Drove it in the middle of the fairway, but a wonderful iron shot.
Did not make that putt, but then on 17, after another perfect tee shot, buries this. And then on 18, toughest part of this hole, obviously, with the creek left and a bunker right. That's the most important swing to make. And he makes a perfect swing, but does not find a perfect lie as it settles down into a divot. Now, you can do a lot of different things. You can get running hot, you can get mad, or you can eyeball it and figure out how to execute the shot.
Well, it wasn't the worst lie, but it wasn't a good lie either for driving in the fairway. There you see it. Just got to make sure you hit down on it. But when he swings and it's down on it, it's also coming right down the flagstick. What a shot. Up the hill.
In total control of his game. And this is a guy that is fairly stoic, but you noticed a little more fire here, didn't you, Curtis?
Watch the eyes, and the quote was close to heck yeah, baby.
Something like that.
He doesn't show a lot of emotion a lot, but that shows you how much he's into this week.
In the last few years, I think we've become much more aware of the idea of strokes gained. And folks that follow this sport, if you're familiar with data golf on social media, by their estimation, it was essentially 8 perfect shots that were played over one of the toughest stretches that this game can present. You cannot win a major championship on Saturday. 18 holes remain, and we know that anything could happen. But that 5-hole stretch from that player means that this day is in his hands, isn't it?
Absolutely. He has a 3-shot lead. He's the best player in the world. He's playing well. Look at the stretch on the holes. He knows he's playing well. And more important, I think, going into Sunday, when everything is amped up, he is the most confident man on the golf course today. And quite honestly, the only guy behind him that looks like could really make a run because of his length and his ability is DeChambeau, and he's 6 shots back.
And the finish from Scotty magnified by the fact that Bryson, who had taken the lead for a brief moment on Saturday after a birdie on 15, he dropped a shot on 16 and then came up just short on 17. So he's dropping a couple of shots on the way in as Scotty's stacking birdie on eagle and ends up 3 clear of the field. We see moments, right? Stretches of golf. This is a guy that's played a heck of a lot of great golf. That's as great a 5-hole stretch as we've seen out of him or anybody in a while, isn't it?
He picked up 5.2 shots on the field on the last 5 holes. That says everything.
Amazing. But again, it's 18 holes of PGA Championship golf, major championship golf. A lot comes with that. And we're going to welcome in Jeff Darlington now for some more context and perspective on what it was Scotty did. For a couple of days, Jeff, he didn't have his best and he was just hanging. And then everything changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, Scott, it's exactly what you guys are talking about. It's the patience that Scotty Scheffele had throughout that. On Friday, he hit 6 of 14 fairways. He went out there, he grinded on the range, he found it. And then on Saturday, he ended up hitting 13 of 14 fairways. He knew all along exactly what he was doing. All along, he lurked. Even when it wasn't spectacular, he lurked. Lacking theatrics, one shot at a time, for the first 2 days of the PGA Championship, Scotty Scheffele lurked.
The way I was hitting it the first couple of days, I was just doing my best to kind of stay in there.
It's just grinding and grinding. You got to love that.
And then, when it was time,
oh, baby, be as good as you look.
The world #1 pounced.
Schauffele sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship.
In an epic stretch that will no doubt add to his legend,
This is just a clinic.
Scheffler went 5 under through the last 5 holes,
Perfect it is.
igniting Quail Hollow into chants of his name that echoed long after his final putt of the day fell.
It's a Scheffler showcase performance.
Even letting out some rare emotion of his own.
I felt like those were important putts at the end, and a lot of emotion for me. It may not be a lot of emotion for other people.
The leaderboard on Saturday was a carousel of contenders. Bryson DeChambeau surged, then stumbled. Jon Rahm made a charge, even if he tripped up too. 36-hole leader Johnny Vegas was up and down. Scheffler, though, he just climbed.
What he's driven by is just stacking wins.
Steady early and spectacular late. Now, he stands alone atop the leaderboard, entering Sunday as the clear frontrunner in pursuit of his first PGA Championship win and 3rd major victory.
It'll be precisely what he is all about. Legacy.
I've got a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard, and someone's going to put up a great round, so I got to go out there and have another really good round.
We've talked so much about the Green Mile, that final stretch of 3 holes out here at Quail Hollow. And we should point out, I talked to Bryson DeChambeau after the round. He was so very frustrated about the swirling winds. He felt like he was playing good golf and striking it well, and yet those winds were killing him. Scottie Scheffler looked like he might as well have been playing indoors, Scott. And I did talk to him about that. He said, yeah, it was gusty. Didn't look like it to me when he was playing, Scott.
No, that's a great point to make, Jeff. He was able to negotiate all of the elements, and if he were to win, it would be 3 majors with 15 tour wins before turning 30. That would join Rory and Tiger. PGA Championship and a pair of Masters before turning 30. Anytime, Curtis, you're on a list with Tiger and Jack, good list to be on. And it'd be the 10th consecutive PGA champion for the United States. It'd be the longest streak since the mid-'80s. And just one last thought before we're going to look forward, because we're going to be looking forward throughout this day. Was there one element of what he did during that stretch that most impressed you, whether it was technically or emotionally, that really you noticed and thought, wow?
He just took advantage of the good shots. He hit a lot of good shots, but he made good putts. What's he going to do today?
I don't know.
I think he's going to do exactly what he does every day. He's number 2 in driving. He's number 1 on the tour in greens of regulation and 19 in putting. That's a heck of a combination, especially when you have a 3-shot lead.
He's done it before as well.
There
are those that are chasing, that are wondering, what might this day feel like? He knows, and he can negotiate that, and it helps to be able to lean on that astounding talent as we saw yesterday. But now it's Sunday. It's time to play.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 8:10 starting time. Now on the tee from Georgia, Chris Kirk.
Hunker down, you hairy dog. So many Georgia Bulldogs in this field. 39-year-old Chris Kirk. His 11th PGA Championship. Top 5 a few years ago. You know, those of you around the country that get up early and just love this game. Maybe some of you all that are going to be playing this afternoon. Always interested to see what do we see from the golf course. How is it reacting? At the moment, it is dead calm, absolutely still. Sun is out. We dealt with a lot of weather this week, but it is not part of today. Today's just buckle up and let's go see what you can do.
Perfect conditions out
Next
there.
on the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Feels like a lifetime ago. I was lucky working for the Golf Channel at the time. 25 years ago, Medina. El Nino, the kid, now in his 40s. A dad, a major champion, and still so much talent. Great to see him grind out a cut after he'd missed 7 straight in this championship. Still that familiar lag and that whip at the bottom.
Always been a good driver, always been a really good striker of the golf ball.
World class.
Yes.
And a couple of fairways for Kirk and Garcia as this final round on time and in sunshine on Sunday gets going in twos off one tee, and we'll be focusing in on a number of different groups, including Colin Morikawa, Tommy Fleetwood, Rory McIlroy, and Christian Bezuidenhout go together just before 10. Max Homa and Wyndham Clark. Disappointment on Saturday for Max following his best ever major championship round. Dropped quite a few on Saturday. Victor Hovland and Joaquin Niemann together just before noon at 10 o'clock Eastern time, by the way. We will be over on ESPN as we're just getting started on this Sunday morning in pursuit of the Wanamaker Trophy. Scotty Scheffler trying to get both hands on the prize.
Just a few hours left. For one man, today will be one of those memories that returns to him on his deathbed.
I've got a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard. I got to go out there and have another really good round.
Oh, he's got a shot at this tomorrow.
For everyone else in contention, it will be a lost feeling that they can't quite reconjure, and an experience to learn from and also try to forget.
You know it's just going to be a really good fight. Everybody's going to have their foot on the pedal, and when you see those big names and heavyweights up there, you're going to have to earn it.
It's going to be nuts.
It's a Scheffler showcase performance. Luminaries have been rising up the ranks here.
Get your popcorn.
You just have to play a great round of golf.
It's what you dream of. This is why we play.
You know what they say, never miss a Sunday show. It's the final round of the PGA Championship.
Once again, we say good morning from Charlotte, North Carolina. Quail Hollow with Curtis Strange. I'm Scott Van Pelt. Dave Fleming. Matt Barry will be with us calling the holes. Billy Croutzit, Ken Brown on the golf course. Marty Smith and Jeff Darlington with interviews. Tom Carpers from the PGA of America will help us with any rules questions we might have. There's a look from overhead. The Green Mile. On a perfect Sunday. Thousands of folks piling in to see how they play out. Always make the point, it's 16, 17, and 18 until Sunday when it's the 70, 71st, and 72nd holes of a major championship. John Rahm, been saying for several days, I thought we'd see his name climb the leaderboard, and it did. That birdie putt at the time on 16 tied him for the lead. But then 17, hand off the wheel.
You have flagstick front right. You just can't miss right, short side yourself.
Just not a lot to work with from there. Made a par putt of a similar length on Friday, but unable to make that one on 17. And that's really the story. You might dodge one, but can you dodge them all? DeChambeau throughout this week has really been putting with pace, those shorter ones, knocking them with great pace. Had a couple lip out yesterday, including that one on 16. And this is the swing that I'm certain was causing him bother last night. You see halfway there, he's thinking, uh-oh.
Well, he hit it so high in the air. The wind was coming in from the right. Just got it moving a little bit too far to the left, and it pushed it short left in the water. It's just a huge mistake at that time in the tournament.
And there are big numbers really lurking around every corner, and it got him there as DeChambeau dropped 3 shots over 2 holes. Meanwhile, Alex Noren, very talented player who has been away from the game until just recently after an injury to his hamstring and his glute in the winter. And Noren, his 13th PGA Championship, puts in the middle of the green, buries that one, and then to finish with a flourish.
Birdie in 17, the second hardest hole on the golf course this week.
So like Scheffler, he birdies 17 and 18, which puts him into the final group with the 2-time Masters champion. And this was the only putt that he missed. And Curtis, that's position A from the fairway and the green. You see that flag whipping at the time.
Well, after eagle in 14, birdie in 15. Not so here at 16, but a par never hurts you.
How crazy is that to gain over 5 strokes on shots gained and leave one out there?
Now, this is just a wonderful shot. There's no bailout here. You have to just take dead aim.
That short hole location, a more lofted club. It lands very softly. But you keep making the point. It's a great one to make, Curtis. You've got to capitalize on those shots.
And he did just that.
It's one thing to hit a good one. It's another thing to make it. And then here, unlucky to be in a divot. You get angry, or you could knock it up there inside 20 feet.
Well, he just hit a beautiful tee shot with his cut going down the left side. And this is, watch the eyes, watch the reaction.
You know,
he knows what he's doing out there.
You can be a faith-based man that leads a purpose-driven life, and you can still have fire in your belly, and he's got it for certain. And you saw it on display. The Green Mile Saturday, our final group together, Noren and Scheffler. You'll notice they were the only pair to be a couple under on their way in, and they will be going off together at 2:40 Eastern Time. Another look. Again, love the way it lays out around in a big circle around the water. And 16 on Thursday was the hardest it played. It's the 4th hardest hole out here. And the first hole in terms of difficulty, 17. And 18 was a little tamer than it was on Friday. It was 5th in terms of difficulty. We say good morning to our friend Marty Smith, who's down there with a major champion getting ready to get his Sunday underway. Marty, good morning.
Always great to catch up with my friend Brian Harman, 2023 Open champion. The Green Mile has given everybody fits this week. What's been your experience on that final 3 holes?
Fits. Bad experience so far. Tripled 17 yesterday. Nah, Scotty finishing like he did. I don't know how he gets that ball to, it's like he knows what it's going to do. That wind's tough. Greens are firm. Just a nightmare.
You know him really well. You guys are good friends. How do you describe what he's doing and how he goes about doing it?
It's just he's a total pro. He just, like I said, it's like he's got a time machine. He goes forward in time and knows exactly what the wind's doing and lands that ball just right. That shot on 18 yesterday was something else. So I expect him to be a real handful today.
Always appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, brother.
All right, you get the perspective of the Open champion, and you see Kirk stuffed it in there. Got a beautiful look for birdie, but the whole location on 1 today. Front right, 7 on, guarded by the bunker on that right-hand side.
Great to hear the other players' response to what he did yesterday. There's really not many words to it. Here you saw a guy who is really a good player, but they're all amazed at what Scottie Scheffler can do.
Well, sure, because they played the same golf course, right?
Did they really? It didn't look like it.
Noren did. He was 2 under on the last 2. I guess that's why he's playing with him late this Sunday afternoon. Great to be with you early this Sunday morning here from Charlotte, North Carolina. Alex Noren, a name familiar to those that follow the sport closely, and if you're up watching on ESPN Plus Sunday, we assume that's you. He was 4 under in the final 5 holes Saturday, his previous best position after 3 rounds in a major championship. He was top 5 at the 2008 Open. That's good perspective here, as that we're 17 years down the road from that. This is a man in his early 40s. He's played in a bunch of major championships, looking to join Henrik Stenson, who put on an absolute show at Troon that year when he and Phil went bananas. It was basically just a two-man tournament that weekend. And we're raving about Scotty, and we certainly should. And Noren was almost as good. Scotty eagled 14, Noren birdied 14, and that's how out of that jumbled patch of golfers on Saturday, Noren and Schauffele separated to be together on Sunday. We welcome Jeff Darlington back in with a bit more perspective on Alex, who's been away for a while, finally healthy enough to be here, and here he is in this final group, Jeff.
It's true, Scott. When you put up his resume, it's not a surprise that Noren is up there, given his experience. It is a little bit of a surprise, though, given the fact that he has been injured for quite a long time. This is only his second tournament back after missing 31 weeks. He was dealing with injuries involving his hamstring that were also giving him pain in his neck. Ultimately, Noren knows that he is proud just to be in this position.
Just when I was about to go to Maui, I tore a tendon in the top of my hamstring. I took that 3 months off. It was my first off season where I didn't have to play, for the points. And then I was 4.5 months until last week. It gave me good perspective as well, being with the family that much. Maybe relaxed me a little bit, but now I'm extremely grateful to be back, to have the chance to compete with everybody again. I've played this game a long time, so I kind of know to not jump ahead of things. You just have to play a great round of golf.
It's pretty amazing when you consider for much of that injury, he wasn't even able to swing a club. Eventually, he was able to chip and putt and get his game going that way. That being said, Noren does know what he's up against with Scotty Schauffele obviously ahead of him. But he said he's going to stay the course. He's going to try to attack just like he did on Saturday. And we'll see what happens at the end of the day, Scott.
Yeah, Jeff, it's great context that he's not something new to him. He's been at it for a while, and he's been in these stages before. Top 15 a year ago, but in an elevated position after Saturday. Here, a look at the second on 2. We saw some monster drives on this hole, but that's out of the rough, and that set a beautiful birdie. And then this stretch finishing's ridiculous. 4 birdies in the final 5. There he is from the sand on 14.
Well, he has to continue that today. He's putting very well, only 23 putts yesterday. Has to hit a few more fairways and greens if he's going to make a run. Get the type of Scotty Schauffele run out there today that we saw from Scotty yesterday.
And a little hole out there on 15, birdieing there on 17, and then after a gorgeous drive on 18.
I don't think there's a stronger man out there on the golf course than Alex Noren.
And perfect distance control there, and he makes birdie again. One more roll. He said last week in Philly as he played, it was just good to get out there and feel nervous again, but also to feel more comfortable again, as Jeff alluded to. Basically had been away from the game all winter. Yeah. And I'm interested, Curtis, in just the context of a guy who's a veteran, right? There are names on the board that we pointed out haven't won a major. Noren has not, but he's very familiar with what it feels like on this stage. How do you imagine he reacts on the stage with the #1 player in the world on a Sunday?
Well, he's excited about it, but I think he has a great perspective 2 ways. He came back from the injury. He's just glad to be back, and he's been around for a while. He's been through all of these situations, and he knows how to handle it. I think today it's going to be tough for him. But he knows if he gets out there and gets some momentum early, maybe put some heat on Scotty, things can change.
It's worth saying out loud again. I mean, if not for what Scotty did, you go 4 under from 14 to 18. We've been having a parade for Noren this morning, but it's like, well, you're 1 shy of the guy you got to beat today, and he trails Schauffele by 3. But he is the closest to the world #1, and they'll be together as they play 2:40 Eastern Time. All right, out to 2. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Curtis. Sergio Garcia with that hole at 2, almost right in the middle of that second green. Nice shot for Sergio. Back to 1.
Bud Cauley, who had a tremendous stretch of golf earlier this year with 3 consecutive top 5s. He grinded hard. Had a late birdie on Friday to be part of the weekend and taking dead aim.
Yeah, very accessible hole location here on the first hole to start with.
And we saw Chris Kirk had a good look at birdie, wasn't able to convert. Cauley will have 1 to 2.
2 good drives for Garcia and Kirk, and Chris Kirk's second shot. You think this hole's low accessible also, Curtis, at 2?
I think so. Starting out, you got to get something going.
And Brian Campbell, winner in Mexico, making his PGA Championship debut.
I love this first hole. I love this first tee shot. Just quirky enough to get your total attention.
It's interesting. Back in 17, it was one of the most difficult holes on the course. Has not been the case this year. The power, just in a little 8-year window, you see that the corner there, most guys airmail it.
Hole was playing 19 yards shorter than it did in 17. Move the tee up.
There's Elvis Smiley in his PGA Championship debut. 22-year-old, 23, I beg your pardon. Lefty from Australia. He was so thrilled to be part of this championship at Quail Hollow. And there's a look at 14. Back to 2.
I know we will be talking about
Yes,
that
we will.
hole location and that hole coming up in a bit. Sergio Garcia, who missed a 4-foot par putt on the first and bogeyed #1. That was his birdie putt at 2. So the putter has not warmed up yet early in the round for Garcia. You make an interesting point, Scott. Maybe we'll get back to it, back to 1, about the strategy of these players at 1, cutting that corner. They've done the same thing at 2, and 2 was more gentle yesterday than I thought it was going to play.
And we see a birdie there for Bud. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's 8 years isn't 100 years, but just the advancements in the technology of the game and the power of these players. They're taking very different lines. It's going to be interesting to see what players do at Oakmont when we get there in June. Like some of the traditional golf you had to play, now you can kind of take different routes from here to there.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Chris Kirk, that was a pretty darn good birdie opportunity at the second. And that one slides by. Getting busier out there, isn't it? That driving range will be humming shortly. We are just getting started. The final round of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow. And we'll be back with more golf right after this.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say anymore, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Man, I love that context from Wright. Always have that conversation about legacy. I always feel like legacy is what you are. It's what you leave when you're done. And can you write legacy as you're in the midst of a career? I think that's essentially what Wright is saying. But there is something to be said that if you are the winner this week, you know you're going to have a legacy in this game. These are the weeks that make players forever players. What a shot from Elvis.
Greens look like they're holding nicely early in the day. Surge speed up and firm up a little bit with his sun. Wind's going to pick up a little bit this afternoon
to 2.
Ray Thompson also has a certain way of saying things that makes his points even, I think, more clear.
And there's something about the way it sounds, too.
Good shot from Bud Cauley. Back to a 1.
I just do walking dialogue in my head like Wright Thompson. There's Campbell trying to match Elvis, and he's done better. Spectacular shot from Campbell. Early on, the feedback we're getting is that hole location on 1 is gettable to 2.
Definitely a part of this early coverage just to see how the holes are playing, how the hole locations look. Ben on right over top the flagstick. So they're firing at the flags on the first couple holes early this morning. We knew it was coming.
I'm not sure if this is in real speed or in slow motion.
Exactly. The question is that slow motion or is that just sort of that's slow motion, Turtle. Come on.
I mean, we can't let it go by though without a
go Terps.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just waiting, trying not to be obnoxious about it. It's been suggested we're well past that, and that's
wait a minute. Let's keep it on it because he's going down in this bunker.
They love
he's going down.
That's actually been a story.
Don't leave this picture.
They've had to chase some turtles out of some of these bunkers. They're in there making a mess of it.
There was a delay on Thursday
because
the grounds crew had to get in the bunker and fix them.
We say good morning to Ken Brown, who joins us from the 7th hole. Brownie, what are you going to show us out there?
We're going to have a look at this pin position. What a glorious day it is. Not a cloud in the sky. The swallows are swooping over the lake here. But the pin positions, they've got a bit of give and take today. They're not all tough ones. And number 7 gives you an opportunity. Let's go and have a look at it. It's the par 5, the shortest par 5 on the golf course. And it's definitely reachable in 2. But the flag is cut on the low right-hand side in this little gathering area. But it's quite tight to the water. Let's see how close it is to the water and get striding out. The water here, from back there on the fairway, this doesn't look like there's any green here at all, but there is a little bit of landing area, so let's have a measure out. The water there, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paces over the water. So very, very tight. You've got to come in with an iron and really be able to spin it. We've seen quite a number of 3-putts this week. If you get in that gather area, you're going to make birdies and possibly eagles. But if you miss them, we've seen quite a few 3-putts. And have a look at this putt from here. You can see it's downhill, and you can see it's quick. Well, let's just nudge one up over here and see where this one goes. Let's just nudge another one down the slope here very gently, because this is as quick as anything. It's like a sheet of ice. So if you get out of position on these greens, it can be really tricky. There's a few ways of doing it. The balls can come trickling down from all different angles. Oh, you little beauty. And this area gathers up, but if you get out of position, you can have a 3-putt. Now, watch this. This is where this comes really fantastic. This Kerry Haig set the course up this morning absolutely brilliantly, because if you get this right, one can go up there, one can go up there, one can go up there. So it's quite a big landing area. You've got a bank beyond the cup, and just watch what happens to these balls. They think they're going to stick, and they come trickling down. So you could have an albatross here today. I really think there's a possibility. There'll certainly be some eagles, and there'll be plenty of birdies. But you don't want to get into 3-putt country and miss the little hollow. It's a crackerjack.
That was spectacular. Just glossed over the fact that he rolled it in like nothing.
Yeah.
They don't putt like Kenny can putt.
Yeah, exactly. Our first highlight of the day. Like that. Let's run it back. Meanwhile, he's showing you that you could putt it up the far left if you like, but. And. What do you say? Oh, you little beauty.
Oh, little beauty.
Never broke stride, never stopped sharing the information.
What are we always talking about? Putt like you don't care. There's a great example.
Something to be said for that. All right, we get back to 1. Putt like Brownie. Let's see. Keep rolling out. Yes, sir. Boy, that whole location and that green on 1, absolutely perfect early on. Already a couple of birdies there. More to come, I'm sure. To 2.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Elvis Smiley. First chance to really see him up close this week. Bud Cauley birdied the first.
Ton of young players, right? We've talked about it. Him, McKibben, Hisatsune.
Yeah.
It's just the waves never stop coming. It's like sitting in the ocean, isn't it?
They are talented and they seem fearless. It's a tap in par for Cauley. He's off to a good start in this final round to 3.
He was a kid once, now in his 25th PGA Championship. Sergio, our first look at this whole location on a spectacular line for Sergio.
Let's see if he can get one in.
And after the great approach from Campbell, with some pace, pair of birdies from both Campbell and Smiley in their first PGA Championships, beginning their final round, just as you would wish. To 2.
Let's see if Ben On can get one. Chris Kirk left it out to the right, and that was way right for such a short putt. So it looks like early on the players are having a hard time reading that putt.
I was going to say, Dave, that's the second excellent approach and second short miss.
You're seeing the players that made the cut, world-class players, but not real sharp this week.
Well, you heard the sigh from Harmon as he lost that one left. Now on 3. The birdie for Kirk. That's hit with a whole lot of pace. Hits the stick dead center and drops. That was moving. Missed a couple short ones and hits the stick going 30 miles an hour on 3 for birdie.
I'm not so sure how good a putt that was, but it went in.
You know what? Ain't no pictures on the scorecard,
gotcha.
my friend.
You gotcha.
To 2.
Looked like he was sort of thinking in his own mind, how did I miss those other 2 then? A little low penetrate. That's a different kind of ball flight than we've seen it to from most players. But Campbell finds the fairway. And now coming off the birdie, the 23-year-old. Couldn't have been a coincidence that Vegas and Elvis were playing in the same group the first 2 days. He had an up-close view of how great Johnny Vegas played to start this tournament.
PGA of America, I think, always does a wonderful job with their pairings. Sometimes a little bit of a wink. Vegas, by the way, still in position for a great finish. He's tied for 5th. Let's see if Sergio can match the birdie for Kirk. Pours it in and erases the drop shot on 1.
It's a point that Curtis has made a bunch of times. You don't have to win the tournament to make it a life-changing weekend. I mean, that obviously it makes it a true life changer, but Johnny Vegas could have the greatest weekend of his golfing career by finishing in the top 3.
I've never been a believer that there's one winner and the rest losers out here. Everybody wins their little battle as the tournament progresses. You do the best you can.
That's such a great point. That fish is having a bad weekend. Bad weekend for the fish. And that one too.
It's going
Is
down.
that the same fish?
Watch it, he's going to get
Oh,
this
do we
thing
need
down.
to watch this?
Yeah.
Mother Nature is a beautiful thing. Easy for you. At least he got something to eat this morning. We didn't.
Got a box of Big Texas over there for you, Curtis. We'll continue.
That was tremendous.
Get in on PGA Championship offers and boosts all weekend long as ESPN at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers get $100 in bonus bets. When you make your first $10 wager, download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. No such thing as a lock in sports gambling. We understand that, but Scottie Scheffler arrived as a favorite and is a prohibitive favorite today, but there are still the business of 18 holes of major championship golf and all that comes with that to be navigated. To 2.
There have been more big comebacks in the history of the PGA Championship than any other major. There have been the most 54-hole deficits to 4, and we'll say hi to Matt.
Dave, Scott, Curtis, hello again. Good morning. This is the par 3 4th. Curtis, we're IDing pin locations today that maybe these players can go out and get, and Sergio early on shows you that that one at the 4th, playing 192 yards, is one of them.
Flag stick back left. Shoot it in the right of the hole. Let it fade back down just as Sergio just showed us.
Let's go over to 1.
And Tom Kim. We've seen much more aggressive lines than that one on this tee, but that's absolutely perfect. And I'll tell you what, Wednesday I would never have imagined we'd see balls running in the fairway, but that is happening.
truly is amazing the condition of this whole property after 5 inches of rain earlier in this week. Couldn't even walk the golf course without golf shoes on. You'd have a little dirt on your rear.
We saw
mud.
Max Homo walking in with sun tan and smile on his face. It was a disappointing Saturday, but good to see Max playing better.
You can't get down after one round. Coming back from a slump, you're not going to be perfect every day, but the good days give you great confidence.
We saw Michael Kim's tee shot there on 1 as well. And a couple of scribbles there from Rory on flags for those youngsters that kind of mean a lot. Make sure you remember that signature. You see the signatures with a zillion scribbles. You always ask the youngsters, can you tell me who anyone's signature is? You want to make sure you remember which one Rory's was. That's the one of the guy that won the Grand Slam. Harman scrambling after the tee shot. See if he can get up and down for 4.
Well, he's so good around the greens.
He certainly is.
Has to be. Doesn't hit it near as far as some of the others. Has to be precise.
To 2.
Well, Eva Smiley drove it in the rough, and then there's that big steep hill to the right of that second green. He's down below, chips up to there, so Eva Smiley will have to make that to save par at 2. To 4.
And Sergio Garcia for birdie. Well, he rolled that one pure, didn't he? Sergio Garcia back-to-back birdies as he heads to 5. Be hard to miss Sergio out there on the course today. To 2.
Brian Campbell, his birdie putt. His drive was a little farther back, so he had a longer birdie putt than some we've seen so far this morning. What a solid par at the second for Campbell. Good start for him. Birdies to be had so far this morning, that's for sure. To 3.
And the par putt for Cauley, and that's dead center all the way. These greens just have a perfect look to them, and they are rolling like it's like on a billiards table. All right, to the tee shot here on 5. See the target line. There are 3 bunkers out there, and this is threatening none of them. It's perfect.
I don't think he can carry the bunkers. We'll have to go left, and he's done just that. Beautifully played.
It's about 320 on the one on the right, so right there in the middle of the fairways, just fine. 4.
And Cauley makes his appearance at the 4th. Easiest of the par 3s has been all week. I mean, it is just absolutely still out there.
It's perfect weather. This is a lot of fun to go out there and play and try to get some momentum for the coming weeks. Play a good solid round here. Back left portion of this green will run down back to the hole.
So he comes up short.
It was good for yesterday.
It's perfect for yesterday. Unfortunately, we're playing the Sunday pin. Back to 1.
Michael Kim. Fun follow on social media. Shared his disappointments with his performance yesterday. He's very accountable. All the things he feels like he needs to do better.
Now on. Struggled for him yesterday. Really struggled on this hole. 2 over for the week, and he keeps it short in that bunker. Back to 1.
Tom Kim. This was the stage for his star to really explode in the President's Cup years ago, playing for Trevor Immelman, who you'll enjoy on the coverage a little later on CBS. And a guy with a whole lot of personality and a whole lot of game. Nice shot here on 1. And we saw Garcia's perfect tee shot on 5. We'll see if Kirk, with that distinctive and deliberate takeaway, can do the same.
Sleeking to the right a little bit.
Yep, bunker.
Yep. Bunkers here, once again, are not deep. Most of them playable.
Tee shot on 3 is demanding.
Looks like a bowling alley out there, just very straight.
Yeah, there are some enormous fairways here that feel very, very wide and ample, 16 most notably, which you got to give them some room if you're going to back it up 30 yards, right? But 3 is a little more claustrophobic. See the range. Quite a few folks watching as the warm-ups are underway, including Rory. After bogey on 2, Smiley, and that's heading right.
Rough it today. They have not cut it. It's getting right around 4 inches tall and very thick, overseeded with ryegrass.
And Kim.
Scott, you made a good point about Kim talking about his ups and downs, what he has to improve on, but sometimes it's not that complicated. Sometimes you just have to get out there and continue to play competitive golf and learn from experience. TrackMan can't teach you everything. Your coach can't teach you everything.
Well, yesterday he shared that he felt like his speed was the worst part of his putting yesterday. He struggled there, and there's great speed. He also shared at the end of his lengthy post about his round, Scotty is inevitable. I think there's probably a lot of guys out there playing the game right now that share that sentiment, that if Scheffler plays his best, it's hard to catch. We stay here. Haven't seen a putt yet from this portion of the green. It'd be interesting to see how it reacts, as obviously it's from here, it's quicker. A number of the birdie putts we've seen have been beneath the hole.
This should be very, very fast coming down here. First time all week that Tom Kim has hit this first green in regulation.
See the quick leaks off to the right, but that'll be a easy par for Tom as his Sunday work begins.
All right, this is on out of the bunker at 4.
Look how that ball chases back to the hole.
That doesn't give me an indication of how that green's working this morning. So on, a nice bunker shot. I'll have that for par.
And Michael Kim with his par on the first. Approach for Garcia on 5.
Flagstick 12 paces on, only 4 from the left. Very accessible.
I think, but the most accessible on that green, which can be guarded by bunkers, but isn't here. Feels like the PGA of America has given these guys some chances.
And a lengthy one for Cauley at 4. But again, as Curtis mentioned a moment ago, you see how fast it is. Once you get it up that ridge, it's going to go right down towards the hole. Let's go up to 2.
Brian Harman finds a fairway off the tee. An Open champion himself from 165 yards out. Not very well controlled. That's a good place to putt from. The players above the hole so far this morning have had a hard time reading those putts. To 4.
And the 2 putt for Cauley. And it'll now be a 3 putt at the 4th. To 2.
Tom Kim. Not a driver So I imagine his line will be different than some of the other players we've seen playing 2.
We'll see later today when the wind picks up a little bit. This will play downwind. We'll probably see more 3 woods. Be interesting to see how Scotty plays some of these dog legs.
I agree.
With the leg, with the lead, it's a dangerous to go over the edge of the dog leg. You play out and play up. More conservative play. We'll have to wait and see, but maybe he'll take that approach.
Yeah, but that's always the interesting thing. And Curtis, you've lived it playing with leads in majors, but you played a certain way to get that lead. Tiger was great at nursing the lead. You see Højgaard, by the way, absolutely hammer it over the dog leg. Wow, that is, oh my gosh.
Wow. That 3-wood moving right to left from Michael Kim, and that's the danger. If you use the 3-wood and don't get in the fairway, then you're back and you got some tree trouble or rough trouble or both. We'll see.
Or maybe just dead.
That's right. We were out on the golf course on Monday and Tuesday, and we heard that a lot. Left is dead at 2.
Big X on that card.
There we go.
Is that Hubby?
Mike Colbert.
Getting a line on the water. Well, we know they're fishing there. Well, there's one in the belly of a bird, but there's probably plenty more in there.
Hupp loves to fish. Good fisherman.
What makes a good fisherman?
You catch fish.
Yeah. Thank you.
It was an appropriate question, though, Scott.
I just practice my casting so often when I just go fishing, I don't catch a whole lot.
Let's see if Sergio can catch a birdie. He's rolling it lovely. That's gonna just miss left. See a 1 under on his round. To 2.
See if Brian Harman can pour this birdie putt in. He does. I think that's a good place to putt from it right there. Brian Harman to 5 over with his first birdie of the day.
Campbell on 3.
Flagstick way back right. Well done. Easy.
All right, we get down to Marty Smith with Tommy Fleetwood. Got some work to do.
Always great to be joined by Tommy Fleetwood. What's given you the greatest challenge out here this week?
Yesterday did. Yesterday was a struggle. I think the wind picked up. I think struggled in the crosswinds, firm greens, and didn't I didn't really have many birdie looks, and then didn't hold the par ones when I had them either. So yesterday was a tough day, but it's been good. Great venue, really good major venue, and it's been a good challenge, and still been some good scores out there, just not by me.
Group with John Rahm earlier this week. What stood out about his form?
He played really well. I think his ball flight control, hit the strong shots when he needed to. It was obviously a fader of the golf ball, but when he needed to, it like a draw in that left to right crosswind. I mean, he played beautifully yesterday. Yesterday was a really great round of golf and a great score by him. And he's one of the best players in the world, isn't he? So you got to expect that. But yeah, he was very, very good yesterday.
Thank you as always, Tommy.
No,
have a great day.
Hey.
Guys.
Thanks, brother.
After that mammoth drive, Højgaard. 351. Buck and a quarter in, and ooh, a little too much spin. Gonna roll all the way off. That should stop right about there, and it does. To 6.
Okay, our first look at what is the longest par 3 on the golf course, but today playing 221, so they've playing it up a little bit in this final round. When Siwoo Kim stepped on the tee a couple days ago, he made the longest hole-in-one in major championship history on this hole. I'm always going to now associate this hole with Siwoo.
After he made one at Troon from like 240.
He had the previous record. He beat his own record.
Back-to-back years.
So Sergio using a long iron.
Always been one of the best iron players in the game. His down and through as well as anybody.
Hole location a bit back, mostly in the middle this final round. Probably roll down. It will. A lot of runoff on a couple different places at that 6th hole. All right, we got to see it again, don't we? This was Siwoo Kim with a 5-wood. It was cool to listen to him describe how he hit that shot, Curtis.
Yeah, City 5-wood was a little bit too much. He's just going to have a 3-finger sachet, which is a little cut off forward swing. Hit the little cut in there. Just always fun to make an ace.
Yeah, he also said he started running. He was going to run all the way to the hole. And he realized, oh, wait, I hit first. There's still a couple other guys who have to hit. So he turned around and came back. Siwoo Kim. There's kind of nobody like him out here on tour.
Tremendous stories. He's beloved by his peers.
If you just say his name to the other players, a smile pops up immediately. Okay, there's the runoff area on the other side of the 6th green. Chris Kirk and Sergio Garcia are a long way apart. Yeah, this is where Michael Kim finds himself. That looks pretty dead, doesn't it? Punching. I mean, the best. He found the slot, but the kind of the best you can do from there is into a pretty difficult place.
Yeah, it would be called for a low hook, but it's hard to turn the ball right, left, left, right out of the heavy rough.
Brian Campbell. Slides by, but in this PGA Championship debut, a winner. He's a guy that battled injury and thought he might have to quit playing golf. It's always great to see that hard work pay off, be here on a major championship stage.
It's a whole different hole, number 2 is, when you're in the middle of the fairway. Sort of goes without saying, but the 2 Kims demonstrating that. Tom Kim finds the green, back to 1.
See if Højgaard can make the birdie on 1. On an awfully good line. Oh, it just burns the edge. A second for Cawley. Mentioned Campbell overcoming injury. Cawley involved in an awful auto accident, was away from the game for years, and fantastic to see him come back after all of that and play such great golf this year. That stretch early in the season, 3 consecutive top 5s, that rolling back. All right, Ken Brown is joining us now from 11. What magic do you have in store for us on this hole, Brownie?
Well, I thought we'd have a look at just how good the conditioning is of the golf course, because it is immaculate. Particularly this morning, things have dried out. Let's first of all have a look at the rough, which is still 3.5, 4 inches in places, but it's very consistent. And what tends to happen when the ball goes into it, it just settles down awkwardly. You're not quite sure of the contact. You're going to get it out of there, and a big, strong player playing like at the moment will rip it out there with a 6-iron or a 5-iron, no problem at all. But it just nestles down, makes control difficult. Then there's the semi-rough, the first cut, which is just fluffy stuff, about inch long, just under an inch, but it's so consistent. Look at it, it's like a lovely carpet at home made of wool. It's just delightful. Then the approaches, well, these are amazing, absolutely stunning. They're like greens really on most golf courses. Trimmed tightly down with the idea really that if it dries out you can run the ball on, but it's been a bit wet for that to happen, but still gorgeous stuff. And when you're pitching off this stuff, you can hit any shot you like. It's like being on a links course. You can hit a low one, a high one, a floater, get one checking. But let's have a look at the greens. I've got what I call my Kenometer, which is a thing that judges how crisp the ground is. Let's have a look. Right, let's just pop this in. I'm going to shove it into the green. And this is really crisp and firm. At Augusta, I can knock this in about 6 inches, no problem at all. That is straight into the gravel. These are really, really firm greens. Let's have a look at just around the cup on number 11 here at the back of the putting surface. Greens are you just cannot believe them. They're perfectly smooth, consistent. They were out watering the little high spots either earlier in the morning, Keith Wood, just to make sure it was all the same consistency. But it just needs one more thing, just a final touch, just to really crisp them up, make them absolutely perfect. Let's get it out and give it the final little smooth over. Ooh, look at that. As good as it gets.
Brownie, stop ironing the greens. Keith Wood's on line 1. We've worked our butts off to get this thing ready, and man's ironing the greens. Love it, love it, love it. But he makes a great point. This golf course is just immaculate, as he said, and you cannot overstate the challenge that they faced, given how much water fell these first few days this week. The golf course was saturated, and it is perfect on Sunday. I don't know how they've done it. I get the sub-air on the greens, but the rest of the golf course, it was a whole lot of work to get it just right. To 2.
How does he fit all that stuff in one duffel bag? That's not bad from there. Curtis, Michael Kim was in a bad spot. It's hard to get it real close, I think.
One of the largest runoffs on the golf course.
To 3?
Second and 3 for Harmon from the rough. Let's stay. That's from the rough. Awfully well done. Now Cauley, we saw that approach run off. Just a full shoulder turn to get this up the hill there, and he'll have that for par.
Tom Kim's birdie putt at 2. That one is going to get all the way there. That was a good roll for Tom Kim. To 4.
And Campbell parred this hole each of the 3 days. That was an aggressive line. You see it roll past the hole, and I would like to put this out on air so everyone can hear it. I would like to motion that Ken Brown get his own channel on ESPN Plus.
In.
Oh, thank you. All day.
Par putt for Michael Kim. Just rolls by on the same side of Tom Kim's putt. That'll be a bogey for Michael. Speed definitely looks better. I think he's got the speed here this morning. Scott mentioned, he said after his round yesterday, he was really struggling with the pace of the greens. To 4.
Out of Elvis.
Well, it's a very inviting hole location for a right-handed player. For a left-handed player, a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, Curtis, and we've seen early on that appears to be a pin that these guys are going to go right at all day long. Now 5.
Cauley's par putt. Confident stroke there.
Greens look like a perfect speed this morning. Maybe pick up 6 or 8 inches on the speed this afternoon, but will not be too fast.
6.
Garcia, that's good up and down for par. He was all the way down to that swale to the left of the green. Got it up there and ran the putt in. 6 has been a difficult hole, tough green to hit this week at Quail Hollow. It's the case with a lot of the holes out here, but as we've seen, there are some birdies to be had. We'll see if our reigning champion Xander Schauffele can make some of those birdies. He's been driving the ball beautifully this week in Charlotte. Xander tees off in 23 minutes. The defending champion at 2 over par. A long way back from Scotty Scheffler, who is 11 under, and still a long way until Scotty's final round gets underway. We nominated Ken Brown for his own channel on ESPN Plus. He can do it all, can he? He can still putt even when he's not trying. That little beauty, as he called it.
Tell me you wouldn't watch an all-day channel of Ken Brown in his bag of tricks.
We got cones, we got Kenometers, we got irons. Who knows what's next with Ken? Dig back into that duffel bag. We'll be back.
Hello, hello. Indeed it is.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
Give or take. Beautiful Sunday morning here, Charlotte, North Carolina. Here at Quail Hollow. 14 yesterday. Scotty took dead aim with a 3-wood, and that launched a remarkable finish that was very nearly equaled by the man he'll play with today, Alex Noren. He was 5 under, Noren 4 under. Here is Harman trying to get the birdie on 3, and not quite. And he was playing a road game last year in the Open Championship, and he didn't blink. Not a lot of folks over there were pulling for the Georgia Bulldog, but he grabbed the claret jug with some brilliant play to 4.
Let's see what Elvis can do just off the green at 4. Curtis, interesting point you made about the right-handed versus left-handed player with this whole location today.
Well, the right-handed player, the natural shot would be to hit a tiny draw, and that would set up perfectly for this hole. Conversely, the fade would be a little tougher to hit.
One of the Højgaards at 2.
He laid back on 2 after driving at 350 on the first, 322 off the tee at the second. Firing right at the hole. Man, that landed, what, 6 inches right of the hole? Almost went in.
All right, Campbell just off the back. Aggressive with that putt. Three.
Middle of the fairway, almost a 300-yard drive for Tom Kim.
Just a gorgeous hole, tee shot, and then second shot frame to the big oaks on the right and left.
Fantastic approach from Tom.
Just below the hole, perfectly played.
All right, now the Campbell par attempt at the 4th. Gets out of there with 4 consecutive pars.
This is the Nikolai Højgaard birdie putt it to. His brother's about to tee off, and he pours it right in. Beautifully done.
These Højgaard brothers can move it.
Talented golfing family.
Now Austin Eckroat. That is on a perfect line. Guys, the conversations we're starting now with what we've seen early on in the par 4. Some shots are going to be made there today. Over to 7.
We see the second Brownie over there earlier. He said albatross in play. I mean, you're talking about a 2 on a 5. That's something to keep in mind. This isn't it.
It was still a dangerous shot. Ball below your feet.
Got to get lucky.
Yeah, he did.
But conversation about just there's Max Homa went over there yesterday. It stayed up. Whether it's to the left of 14, there's some generous rough. See if Sergio stays dry on that side.
Looks like it stayed up. You know, the play is to go just left of the hole, and as we saw Brownie earlier, catch the slope. Let it feed it. Play away from the water as much as you can.
Tee shot for Campbell. A rough left. Let's see if Tom Kim can roll this one in.
Back up a little slope, maybe just a little bit from the right. There you see left edge.
We've shown a lot of Sergio this morning. One of those guys we've known for so long. Tom Kim feels like he's been out here forever. He's 22 years old. Already his 5th PGA. Beautifully done.
To me, he's one of those players Curtis is talking about, piling up experience in tournaments, in championship settings. Maybe one of the players where that's most important.
It's all about getting yourself in positions, success or failure, whatever it is, you learn.
Been a runner-up in the Open Championship, so we've seen him have great finishes.
And Eckroat under 3 feet for birdie. That was tidy. But gentlemen, you're right. Look, at that age, to have that kind of mileage on your major championship game already, he's one of those ones you could say it's only a matter of time.
And here's a guy, similar deal. When we met Rory, he was just a kid, teenager, same deal. And now he's the 6th member of the Grand Slam Club. Wasn't his week this week. He's going to go off early yesterday, and then ended up on the reshuffle following the weather delay, going off basically last. What would be the goal on a day like today, Curtis? You've lived this where you come in one of the favorites and it's not your week, but you're starting earlier than you wanted to on a Sunday. Are you trying to play to a specific score, work on a specific shot? I'm interested in what he might be trying to get done today.
I think it's different for everybody. The position they are in their golf swing right now. I think he's working on his golf swing, wants to hit more fairways. If you hit more fairways, you give yourself more birdie opportunities, and learn from what the mistakes you've made the last 3 days, because quite frankly he has driven it poorly. And around this golf course with the rough and the length, you're just not going to be able to score. He just hasn't been sharp. Now, is that from a letdown after the Masters? I don't think so. I think this guy, every time he goes out there, he's excited to be on this practice tee warming up for another round of golf. We golfers, it doesn't matter how we're playing. The next day is possibly the day.
Blank slate.
Absolutely. And if he goes out and shoots a good score, it's fun. It's what we're trying to do.
To 4.
It's been a blank slate of par for Tom Kim all week on the par 3 fourth. You heard him having a laugh a moment ago when he made that birdie putt, asking if anyone else saw that. And we see this shot from Tom Kim. I don't know if you noticed, but he did a bug flying around his putter before he made that putt. And there isn't anyone who enjoys his round more than Tom Kim and finds little things to laugh about, and very self-deprecating. He's just a fun young veteran to watch. Now Kim.
You know, it's also they come out here, they're trying to shoot a good score, obviously, hit good shots, make a few putts. But the day is perfect. You can't wait to get out there and play in these conditions. Sounded a little scoopy.
Came up short, although it will collect a little bit. All right, let's go back to the first.
This group's going to have a little company. I said we're going off in 2. We are, but Billy Crouch is going to walk with this group, and with good reason. A couple of top flight players together.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 9:30 starting time. Please welcome from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy visited with Marty Smith briefly on the range. Had a difficult Saturday in the wind. He's a veteran major championship competitor.
And he's getting out here and wants to improve on his performance yesterday.
Great ball strikers in the game. Took it right over that target line and just barely into the fairway.
And next on the tee, please welcome our 2020 PGA Championship from California, Colin Morikawa.
Has 2 of the 4 legs of the slam, including this one, which was his first in Harding Park.
Let's not forget about the tee shot he hit on the 16th hole back in 2020.
No one ever will.
To win his PGA Championship.
Remember how many folks were within 1 or 2 of the lead? It's like, if you talk about what's Talladega, how many wide in Talladega? There were 8 wide coming down the stretch there. All right, Sergio's third. And that's beautifully done. Putting together an awfully nice front nine here. That'll be for birdie. Birdie putt for Campbell.
Up the hill. Don't worry about speed. Slam it in the back of the hole. Good start.
Birdies all over this golf course early this morning.
See if Michael Kim can get one of those early birdies. That just short. He's got the Curtis Strange 1 dot on his ball. Simple. But he is, via social media, Scott, you brought up the point earlier. You always know what he's thinking, what's on his mind. He lets the viewers in.
Well, look, that's a place where, you know, we know what it is. People can just say horrible things, whatever else. But he encourages engagement, and I think that's a cool thing. If you choose to have the dialogue, and he's bringing you along for the ride, sharing the insight that he's living.
And when he was at the Masters and just kind of his walk around Augusta National, like that's inside his mind. We can't guess how these guys are feeling, and he just tells you, and it makes it fun to watch.
Yep, absolutely.
Now Tom Kim.
People love hearing inside baseball, don't they?
Right.
Yes.
You'd have been big on Twitter back in the 80s, right, Curtis?
I tweeted for about 3 years. I tried to give them inside baseball.
And
it didn't work out so well.
Was that because you were giving them opinions, or?
No, it was just I thought it was time for me to stop hitting send.
Restraint is one of life's great gifts. Tom Kim misses that to the left.
It's like if you've had a refreshing drink late in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Or in the evening. Never call your girlfriend and never hit send.
Oh, so now we're getting down. Now we're getting down to the root of it. Getting down to the root of what happened with Curtis Strange. Our first look at the par 4-8, 315 yards, gentlemen. And this is another one. As early in our coverage, we're going to be able to see how players can attack a very scoreable hole. One of the only par 4s that's been playing under par this week. That appears to be a green light special to 2.
This is Kevin Yu. So Nikolai Højgaard from not quite that same spot, but similar distance, pour in a birdie putt, and Kevin Yu does the same. The greens are rolling beautifully again. Where's Ken now?
11. Oh, 12.
That's just.
Ken's at 12. Ken may not know where he is, but we're going out to him.
Number 12 we're on, the par 4. We're looking back to the tee, elevated tee. You can see the whole hole, trees left and right, quite a narrow fairway, one of the narrowest fairways. And it's very important to find the fairway, otherwise you get tangled up with the trees and you've got to hit a low runner up this bluff. Let's have a quick look at where the flag is cut today. This is the pin position sheet for all the players, PGA Championship, final day. And it's 12 yards on and 10 yards from the right. And it looks fairly simple. Let's go and have a look at it, shall we? There's a big bluff at the front of this green, so if you get in the trees, it's quite difficult to run the ball on. And if you don't quite carry the ball on far enough, it just slowly dribbles back. So let's just have a look at how far you have to pitch it on the green here. So if you pitch it here, it's not going to stop. This is about 4 yards on the green. Will it go? Maybe, maybe not. But once it does go, it goes way, way down the slope. You've got a little sort of 20-yard chip, a very awkward chip from there too. Above the slope, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yards of flat. But the beauty of this green, and it is a simple pin position today, you've got a bank, a bluff behind you, a little tier that you can run the ball into. So if you hit it a little longer, let's get these balls out of my pocket. Over here and over here. And you know to go left of the flag because it gathers from there. You've got quite a big margin of error with a short iron, especially if you found the fairway. So this hole is actually the easiest pin we've had all week. If you get it on the fairway, you've got a birdie chance, a real birdie chance. On these closing holes on the back nine of a championship like this to win the PGA Championship, it's nice to have a little cushy one.
You know, Scott, we've been talking about the 12th all week, as we call it. It's deceptively difficult in that it's narrow, like Ken said, but then the pin placement all week has just been giving players fits to hold the green. It's a fun little hole.
No doubt. But as Ken said, I mean, we make a big deal about the tee on 18. You got to find the fairway. 12, getting it in that fairway, and you just saw it. It's narrow, pinched in with the trees. It is a chore, but the green apparently giving them a little bit of an opportunity. And the green on one is where Colin Morikawa will have a birdie putt after a lovely approach. Now the third for Harman on 5.
Pretty simple here.
One you could make. He gave it a go. Every beat of 5-6 feet coming back. Now Fleetwood just stayed in the fairway.
I think a better angle. 185.
Ends up in the bunker. Again, Billy Kratzer will be with that group. Be letting him share his insights on the ground throughout. Up to 8.
Just off the back of the green is Sergio, about 18 feet away from an eagle.
Does he carry it on the green or bump it through the short fringe? That's what he did. Delicate little shot.
But a scoreable hole nonetheless at 8 on Sunday, has been all week. Let's go back up to the first as our reigning champion Xander Schauffele.
Xander playing with Rory and Scotty the first 2 days, and it was really a grind. But he was able to make it on the number.
Very professional the first 2 days. No give up in this man. Grinded to not just make the cut, but do the best he can.
Been battling that rib injury throughout this season. Figures to just only get better as we head to the summer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 940 group. First on the tee, our 2024 PGA champion from California, Xander Schauffele.
A lot to like about his game. One thing that doesn't often get mentioned is that for a man who is not big in stature, he is big off the tee. We saw him hit some absolute bombs. Scotty and Rory can move it. He outdrove them fairly significantly on a couple of occasions. He'll fire it over the corner here on 1. Perfect.
Next on the tee, from Louisiana, Sam Burns.
Another powerful player. Just one top 10 in the majors.
A bit surprising, too.
I agree.
Yep.
He's giving that a lengthy look. Will it get through? Yes, it will. And ends up right about as much room to spare as Fleetwood just a moment ago. But Sam will play from the short grass on 1. Now Fleetwood from the bunker.
Pretty simple up and down here. Just get it up and chasing toward the hole.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did, Curtis.
Bunkers very playable here this week, aren't they, Billy?
They certainly are, Curtis. The firmness of it, plus he was going back up the hill. Well done.
Rory McIlroy making his way up and over and heading to 1T.
This is about where he got the siren and the delay, stop, go back to bed.
Went from going off a little after 8 to going off just before 2 yesterday. All right. Morikawa's birdie on the way, Billy.
Yeah, pretty big right to left break. Nice start.
Couldn't be better. Nice drive, nice approach, nice birdie for the 2020 champion. To 4.
All right, Jaeger just off the back of the green at the 4th. Nice touch to make par. He was flirting around with that leaderboard discussion in the first round and kind of just fell off.
Been on so many early leaderboards. It's a 4-act play. Always remind ourselves of that as we see Jaeger tap in on 4. Let's see if Fleetwood can roll this in. Doesn't look like there's much to it.
Just get it started on line. Not much speed. There we go.
So a good up and down for Tommy. Different Tom. Kim. Just missed that bunker.
Take dead aim here. Flag stick in the front left of this green. Perfect angle.
Asked for it to spin immediately. He knew it was just a touch too much. And so, continue our coverage of this Sunday from Quail Hollow. Scotty Scheffler, your leader by 3. Continue to set the table for you this final round from the PGA.
Well, on the tee at number 2, Colin Morikawa. Coming off a birdie at the first hole.
Yeah, and this starting on the left-hand side, peeling back nicely. Perfect.
Yeah, very good drive. Find the fairway at 2, and then you get another birdie opportunity to 1.
Second for Sam Burns. His whole location is staring right at you if you find the fairway. He'll have an uphill putt. 2.
Now Billy, Tommy Fleetwood.
Probably play a little different shot. Yeah, just a tiny little draw. Both of them on the drip line of the trees. That's good as well.
Yeah, really good. Got a nice kick and right into the fairway.
I'm 4 for 4 over here.
Billy's hot early.
Yeah, he tried to cut that corner yesterday. Got caught up in the trees. Let's see if Xander can stuff one in here at 1.
Get something going here today.
All right. He and Sam on a very similar neighborhood. Uphill putts. What a professional start for both to 5. Let's see if Kim can hoop 1. He's carrying too much pace to take the break. He'll about 5 feet for par. And I believe Andy North will be walking with this group. Christian Bezuidenhout and the 4-time champion here at Quail Hollow, Rory McIlroy, will be properly introduced now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 9:50 starting time. First on the tee from South Africa, Christian Bezuidenhout.
See his numbers for the week. Told him when the week started you're going to be playing with Rory on Sunday. He'd be excited about that. But it's a 9:50 start time. Still plenty to game. On his birthday, it begins with a trip to the trees.
Next on the tee, our 2012 and 2014 PGA champion from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Well, how he goes with a driver today is how his score will go. Hasn't driven it well this week, and as a result, hasn't hit a lot of greens in regulation.
There's talk of the slam, given the fact that he'd won here 4 times. Won't be. But still, that Oakmont and at Royal Portrush will be on the very short list of favorites. Well, good morning. That'll do. Although it runs through and into the perfectly conditioned rough as
the first cut there is no issue at all.
No, it sits up just right. To 2.
Billy Kratzer with Tommy Fleetwood from the fairway.
Yeah, right at 150 yards up the hill.
Stay. Fuck me, how bad are you?
Not happy with that shot.
No.
Don't think?
Neither would I.
Well, didn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out.
That's brilliant.
Back to 1.
See if Burns can begin with a birdie. On a great line. Perfect. Dun, 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 dun. A little 4-corner salute for the Tiger. to 2.
Second for Colin Morikawa.
Better angle up the hill, 9-iron.
Oh, man. Hey,
this would be the start you want.
No kidding. Made a birdie at 1, and that should easily be a birdie at 2 for Colin.
Xander saw the line from Burns. Can he follow it home? Gotta go. Not enough. Needed to pull out the double hammer and did not. "12 straight top 20s in majors for Xander. He's got to go low to keep that going. To 6.
That's pretty amazing. By the way, we should correct. Earlier we said they had the tee a little farther forward. It is 252 yards, so scorecard yardage today at the par 3 6th, and that's a good looking shot that rolls right off the back of the green and into that bunker. To 7.
3rd for Campbell. Saw Sergio go for it 2 a little bit earlier. Ken Brown suggesting that 2 might be in play today.
There he is, losing the slope that Kenny was talking about. You can come in from the left. You can come in from behind. Well played.
11. Uphill look for a birdie.
So now Tommy Fleetwood, who stayed out of the bunker, didn't go all the way down the swale. Despite his unhappiness, that was a good break, and he's going to take advantage of that and get out of the way to par. Michael Kim on the tee at 6. Got a lot of Cal Golden Bears on the golf course in our early coverage. Michael Kim, Ben On, Colin Morikawa. Max Homa is going to tee off fairly soon. That was a really good shot. Okay, speaking of Billy, this should be no problem, right?
If you can make it from 2.5 feet, no.
Go Bears.
No problem at all.
Go Bears. Back-to-back birdies for Morikawa.
As you are clearly seeing, birdies to be had as we work our way towards 2:40 Eastern time, and Scotty Scheffler with a 3-shot lead tries to win his 3rd major championship. We will see you at the top of the hour as we will continue to cover this final round from Quail Hollow over on ESPN. We'll see you shortly.
been awesome.
Good morning from Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's Sunday, the 107th PGA Championship. Drama to unfold, yes, but this tournament in the hands of Scotty Scheffele for the moment. An incredible stretch to close Saturday gives him a 3-shot lead as he enters Sunday, but there are still 18 holes to navigate. Can you win a tournament with a 5-hole stretch on Saturday? Well, he arrived at the 14th trailing by a shot after dropping one on 13. A remarkable 3-wood stuffed in to 2 feet. Got to make it? He does. Co-leading as he steps to the tee on 15, the par 5. Great hands, the short game on display. Another birdie. And Scheffele now has his foot on the gas. Not satisfied. He'll hit the green mile and land some punches. Toughest stretch on this golf course. Toughest stretch in major championship golf in recent memory. But he birdies 17. Hits a perfect drive on 18, but finds an imperfect lie. Undaunted. He gives himself a birdie putt, and with fire in his eyes and fire in his belly, he drops it in the heart and leads by 3 at the conclusion of the 3rd round, which earns him a late Sunday tee time. All eyes on the world #1 as ESPN and the PGA of America proudly present the 2025 PGA Championship. Today it's final round coverage live from Quail Hollow here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Those highlights, Curtis Strange, are hours old, and yet you still get a little bit of juice going, a little bit of goosebumps watching the best in the world play to an astounding ceiling. What impressed you most about the way over the course of that hour and change Scotty played?
Well, just goes to show you how quickly it can change. With one 3-wood tee shot on the 14th hole, makes eagle, and then he busts loose. But when you think about on the last 5 holes, he gained 5.2 shots on the field. That's lapping the field in just a portion of the whole of the course. So I just think he drives it so well. He irons it. He's #1 on tour. He irons it. He's a great putter. He is going to be really, really tough to beat today.
Those that love this game probably follow Data Golf on social media, but by their estimation, it was 8 perfect shots. You gain 5 shots, strokes gained on the field, all those 5 holes, and some of the most difficult holes on the golf course, but the momentum began earlier. A beautiful shot into the wind on the par 3 4th, buries that, and then this one on 5 as he's stacking birdies in the middle of his round.
Well, he's playing much better than he did the first 2 days, but he's also capitalizing by making putts.
After dropping a shot on 13, the par 3, this 3-wood can't do it any better.
He's going to be anxious to see how he plays this hole today.
I guess it'll depend on, is it still in his hands? Does he still have the lead? Point's been made repeatedly, Curtis, throughout this week. You can hit a good shot, you still have to capitalize. That was a short one, but that really puts some wind in his sails. And then the hands that he shows, the short game is one of the facets of the game that's just exceptional.
Just a delicate little pitch, has to be hit perfectly, and he did it.
Now 16 begins the green mile, and what's bananas about the finish is that he actually left one out there. If you look at it after this approach, that's a putt that Scotty probably felt like, I can make this, didn't, but then he buries this after an exceptional tee shot on 17.
Really just playing ideal golf, making putts. Let's not forget, though, the first 2 days he didn't have a good game. That put him in position to play a good round yesterday.
18 was the most difficult hole on the golf course Friday, slightly less severe on Saturday, but after a perfect tee shot, you can let the fact that this is in a divot bother you, or you can eyeball it, assess the situation, and then execute. That's just what Scheffele did.
Well, I think the proper play here would be beyond the hole, but he went right at it with an 8-iron up in the air, coming right down on top of the flagstick. As good as we saw all day long.
In full bloom at this moment, and then you noticed the fire
Watch the eyes, watch the reaction.
Well, said it earlier, I'll say it again. You can lead a life of faith and purpose and still have great fire. Doesn't mean you have to be meek by any stretch, and he wasn't. You saw it on full display there again. 5.23 strokes gained on the field over that stretch. Yes, 14 and 15 are gettable, 16, 17, and 18. You don't make birdie on the last two very often. Scottie Scheffler did. Still 18 holes of golf to be played. We welcome in Jeff Darlington. And Jeff, Scottie knows what he's got to do, but I think we were all waiting for a Saturday to arrive and to see what he might do, and boy, did he deliver on that.
Well, Scott, it's funny you say the word waiting, because even Scottie Scheffler was sort of waiting for his game to come around. I talked to him after that round on Saturday about the idea that he was sort of he didn't have his best game all along. And if you look at the numbers, you can see it. 6 of 14 on Friday into the fairway, 13 of 14 on Saturday. He figured it out. And by the way, a very conscious decision by Scottie Scheffler. All along, he lurked. Even when it wasn't spectacular, he lurked. Lacking theatrics, one shot at a time, for the first 2 days of the PGA Championship, Scottie Scheffler lurked.
The way I was hitting it the first couple days, I was just doing my best to kind of stay in there.
It's just grinding and grinding. You gotta love that.
And then, when it was time,
Oh, baby, be as good as you look.
the world number one pounced.
Scheffler sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship.
In an epic stretch that will no doubt add to his legend,
This is just a clinic.
Scheffler went 5 under through the last 5 holes,
Perfect it is.
igniting Quail Hollow into chants of his name that echoed long after his final putt of the day fell.
It's a Scheffler showcase performance.
Even letting out some rare emotion of his own.
I felt like those were important putts at the end, and a lot of emotion for me. It may not be a lot of emotion for other people.
The leaderboard on Saturday was a carousel of contenders. Bryson DeChambeau surged, then stumbled. Jon Rahm made a charge, even if he tripped up too. 36-hole leader Johnny Vegas was up and down. Scheffler, though, he just climbed.
What he's driven by is just stacking wins.
Steady early and spectacular late. Now, he stands alone atop the leaderboard, entering Sunday as the clear frontrunner in pursuit of his first PGA Championship win and third major victory.
It'll be precisely what he is all about, legacy.
I've got a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard, and someone's going to put up a great round, so I got to go out there and have another really good round.
To put into context the green mile by Scottie Scheffler, those last 3 holes, I talked to Bryson DeChambeau after his round. He struggled on those final holes severely. He said the wind was brutal, the gusts, the way the wind would flip when you hit a shot. And somehow when Scheffler did it, it looked like he was playing indoors, Scott. Quite frankly, it didn't look difficult at all, even though Scottie did say afterwards, he said, it was very windy. Didn't look like it when I was watching him, Scott.
No, and we'd be remiss to not point out that Alex Noren, who Scottie will play with, was 4 under on that stretch as well, which is how he earned a place alongside Scheffler in this final group, 2:40 Eastern Time. Now, Curtis, there can be a tendency in life, I think, to get ahead of yourself and to just hand the man the Wanamaker because he's world number 1 and he's 3 clear of the field. However, you have a Jon Rahm, an exceptional player. He's lurking. DeChambeau, Bradley, also major champions, but they are respectively 5 and 6 shots behind. Playing from the lead as he is, in terms of the game plan that Scottie ought to have in your estimation, what should it look like?
The game plan is to put it in the fairway and put it on the green, something he does better than anybody else on tour. He led both of his Masters wins after 3 rounds. The last 7 times he's led tournaments he's won shows me he is extremely comfortable in this situation.
Well, he's done it. And if he plays to his ceiling, you'd have to believe that it will be all but impossible to catch him if something like he did on Saturday were to come on Sunday. But again, 18 holes of major championship golf still to be navigated, and that's what we look forward to watching. And for those of you who've been with us this morning on ESPN Plus, you've seen birdies are out there. Alongside Curtis, I'm Scott Van Pelt, Dave Fleming, Matt Barrio calling the holes, Andy North, Billy Cratcher, John McGinnis on the ground, Ken Brown out there as well, Marty Smith with some interviews on the range as well. And Rory McIlroy's Sunday begins with a shot dropped on one, and that's been a hole that's been birdied quite a bit. So a wobbly start for Rory as we get out to 2.
Sam Burns, who made birdie at that first, to Scott's point. There are birdies out there at 1, at 2. You put yourself in good positions, and you can make some scores. That's back-to-back threes for Sam Burns to 3.
And a long distance birdie for Fleetwood, who's seen his playing partner Collin Morikawa birdie the first 2. And that slides past to 2.
Now Xander Schauffele playing with Sam Burns to try to match him with the birdie. Very aggressively putted that one right in. Let's see if the defending champ can go out and have a good final round, shoot up the leaderboard.
I mentioned the 2 birdies for Morikawa early, this for par.
Yeah, hit it over the back of the green, hit a pretty decent little pitch shot.
So after he's leaped out of the blocks, a slight stumble here on 3 to 2.
Rory McIlroy, we know what line he's going to take it to. Launching it right over those trees. Big dog leg right to left, second hole. Not only in the fairway, but through the fairway, down into that rough.
Third tee, Sam Burns. Just under 500 yards. You see Sam has bogeyed all 3 rounds thus far. Threading it between those bunkers. That's the goal. He'll play from this rough, which is now up to about 4 inches. Haven't been able to cut it thanks to the rain throughout the week. This is the second for Tom Kim.
Target is the TV tower behind the green. Catch the slope, catch the slope.
Our colleague and friend Ken Brown was out early suggesting that where it sits makes 2 not completely out of the question, talking about the rarest of rare in Albatross. We shall see. All right, now Xander on the tee at 3. As my colleague Dave Fleming suggested earlier, didn't take Sherlock Holmes to know that he wasn't pleased with that. To 4.
And Billy Kratzer, we've been talking about hole locations where these players can be aggressive. This is one of them at the 4th.
Yeah, it certainly is. You have a helping breeze as well. 192.
We've seen a lot of good shots here, but we've seen a couple long. Players know the golf course reasonably well, but a lot of slope.
And speaking of aggressive, the 8th playing 315 yards you can score throughout the day, and Campbell does that at 8. This course layout, guys, throughout the morning is just going to be fun to watch. Back to 4 in Morikawa.
Yeah, just like Fleetwood, he's going to go with 8 as well. A little bit more up in the air. Oh, good shot.
This is going to get better. There's that ridge of that green, Curtis, goes up, and once it gets up there, it goes down quick as it gets back to that flag location.
That ball hit harder than anything we've seen today. Maybe something to look forward to later in the day when they firm up.
Indeed. Andy North is caught up with Rory McIlroy. Hi, Andy.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, Rory's driven in the right-hand rough. Missed both the first 2 fairways. Left hole location. Just got to be careful not to go too far right. So
could be a difficult spot for Rory at the second hole. Tyrrell Hatton, even par. He tees off in what, an hour and 15 minutes or so.
Had it to 5 under on Friday, but 18 got him, as it did many on that day.
Many.
And Xander will have to play a big old cut.
We've been showing Collin Morikawa, Scott. He's made double all 3 days at 18.
Yeah,
That's kind of hard to believe.
It is. The 2.
All right, Andy, what's Rory facing here?
Yeah, you just got to just carry this about 1.5 yards, just barely on the green. He's going to go fast down the hill and moving to the right.
And he played the belly shot, kept it on the ground, ran it through the first cut.
He's got a little bit of work to get his first par of the day.
Yeah, Rory does not want to start back-to-back bogeys. Ahead to 3.
Burns from the left rough. I told you he'd bogeyed the first 3 rounds. He's done something he hadn't done yet, which is to hit the green with his approach, so he'll have a look for birdie. And the par 5 7th. Great look, Curtis, at this putt on 7.
Big swinger, depends on how he wants to play it. Well left, comes down the slope there. It's 3.5 feet of slope.
Gaining pace all the way. That's brilliantly judged.
Easy.
Oh, you see it really running away.
It looks like a pretty innocent hole location, but you have to hit a solid second shot. Proper.
2.
McIlroy does make his par putt. So he kind of scrambled around there the second hole and made his way to the 3rd with his first par of the day. So we got McIlroy on the course. We got Morikawa, Schauffele, Sam Burns. Good start for him. Even though they may not be in contention, many of the world's best players are out on the golf course as our coverage here of this final round just gets started. The 107th PGA from Charlotte.
Just a few hours left. For one man, today will be one of those memories that returns to him on his deathbed.
I've got a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard. I got to go out there and have another really good round.
Well, he's got a shot at this tomorrow.
For everyone else in contention, it will be a lost feeling that they can't quite reconjure, and an experience to learn from and also try to forget.
You know it's just going to be a really good fight. Everybody's going to have their foot on the pedal, and when you see those big names and heavyweights up there, you're going to have to earn it.
It's going to be nuts.
It's a Scheffler showcase performance. Luminaries have been rising up the ranks here.
Get your popcorn.
You just have to play a great round of golf.
It's what you dream of. This is why we play.
You know what they say, never miss a Sunday show. It's the final round of the PGA Championship.
ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championships brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. All right, here are the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. All right, here's some context. You bet on the outright winner. You got to lay $10 to win 2. That's kind of the opposite of value. Alex Noren, the get back's 20-1. John Rahm, 22-1. All right, another way to look at this. Some perspective in terms of leads through 3 rounds in a major recently and the odds entering Sunday. You see a 1-shot lead, a 3-shot lead, a 1-shot lead, a 2-shot lead. You don't have to lay a lot. Scottie Scheffler's minus 500. That's how prohibitive a favorite he is seen to be today. It's just sort of almost reminiscent of the Tiger days, like, and this isn't the B flight. It's just a winner without Scottie. Bryson 6-1. Keegan Bradley, the captain, playing well, 20-1. Tony Finau's having a nice week, 22-1. So a lot of different ways to look at it, if you like. We'll see if Xander, I should say, can make par on 3. He cannot.
Deflated when you come out here early. You don't have a chance to win, and you start missing short putts.
We'll see if Rory can hit the fairway here with the driver on 3.
We hit 19 fairways the first 2 days. 3 days, excuse me, and he's yet to hit one today.
Streak continues.
So that's 19 out of 45 fairways so far this week he's had his ball in. Doesn't sound like a good recipe.
It doesn't add up particularly well. All right. Michael Kim on 7. We know this is going to pick up pace. What a line. And after he had mentioned on social media that Saturday the big struggle was pace on the greens, can't do it any better than that. Eagle 3 on 7. Morikawa on the tee at 5.
Yeah, just take it off the left-hand bunker.
That should be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it fits his eye really well. Get that little cut.
Well, he's not missing the center of the fairway today.
Back to 4.
And Sam Burns. Takes a big hop and rolls down to the right. Over to 5.
Fleetwood.
He'll go the opposite of Morikawa. He'll hit a draw almost every time off the tee. See him aimed way out to the right, but
stop. It does.
It'll be all right.
Well, Michael Kim made eagle. Tom Kim pours in a birdie.
Doing what they have to do on the par 5.
Mentioned earlier this morning, just 22 already. Feels like a veteran because he is, to 4.
And Xander's tee shot. The par 3 4th. The easiest par 3 this week. And Curtis, we've seen it all morning. You think you've landed one great, and it's just going to roll off the back.
Well, with the breeze picking up downwind, will get even tougher.
Not a 3.
Kind of lie did Rory draw over there in that deep rough?
The lie is absolutely gorgeous. He could hit anything he wanted to. Unfortunately, this tree is about 30 yards in front of him. He's going to have to go underneath it and scoot the ball up into the middle part of the green. Navigated under the tree beautifully. See what kind of hop it takes. It catches the front left bunker.
Choppy start for the Masters champion and 4-time winner here. Let's see Fleetwood's second now on the 5th.
Smooth, yeah. It's a bit more than 5 meters past. That's your minimum, isn't it?
Again now, I feel like if it gets like that, I feel like I could hit good shoulders, and it's going to take a bigger skip than a smooth one.
Okay. You won't get as much wind though, will it?
But quick. You think he's not going to get there, though?
He won't get one. Off your slope, smooth one, didn't I? I do think smooth, yeah.
Where are we playing that? Just like mostly down? Mostly down, not right?
Yeah, no, slightly. It's going to be a mid-jelly, right?
Okay.
The pin is, sorry, 1, 2. 4 left, that pin's coming down like 5-10 foot right to there.
Okay, all sorted out.
Sounds like it.
Full wedge, just inside 150.
Hit the full wedge. Have to be careful of spinning it back.
And that's
well played.
Well flighted and controlled.
Just
uphill putt for Fleetwood.
Yep, absolutely. Just below the hole.
As we've seen all week, significant.
There is a chance.
And
There is a chance.
we came on at 8 Eastern time on ESPN Plus, and these flags were just hanging limp, and we're beginning to see them flutter in the breeze.
It just allows me to like hit a solid one.
Yep.
It's supposed to gust pushing 20 miles an hour this afternoon.
Right on the tee, T-Mobile.
Maybe the wind caught DeChambeau's tee shot on 17, but Scheffler and Noren managed to play 5 under and 4 under on that last stretch.
Morikawa also with a wedge. Fleetwood finish. It was worth the chat. See if Joe and Colin can figure it out.
He was asking for it to sit immediately. That'll be a chore. Rory from the bunker on 3.
He's got to carry it up over the ridge that runs through this green, which he's done beautifully. It's still going to come up a little short.
Right to 4.
And you saw Sam Burns, his tee shot on the par 3. And this for birdie, Curtis.
Yeah, down the hill. We'll go to his right at the hole.
Mentioned Alex Noren's brilliant stretch. Gets lost in what Scotty did. He was 4 under on the final stretch of holes. 54-hole position in a major, the best he's been previously. It's a tie for 5th. It's worth noting it was the 2008 Open. This is a man who's been at it for a while. 13th appearance in this PGA Championship. He'd been injured this season, had a hamstring and a glute injury, but he's well positioned. He visited with Jeff Darlington after the brilliant finish Saturday.
Just when I was about to go to Maui, I tore a tendon in the top of my hamstring. I took that 3 months off. It was my first off season where I didn't have to play, for the points. And then I was 4.5 months until last week. It gave me good perspective as well, being with the family that much. Maybe relaxed me a little bit, but now I'm extremely grateful to be back, to have the chance to compete with everybody again. I've played this game a long time, so I kind of know to not jump ahead of things. You just have to play a great round of golf.
All right, you see the card adds up to 66. And again, that stretch to finish, just tremendous. Jeff Darlington joins us now with a bit more perspective on a guy who's been down this road, seen him pretty much all you can in this game, haven't you, Jeff?
Right, Scott, and that's what's perhaps surprising. Not the fact that he's in this position, because certainly he's been around. It's the fact that he was out of golf for 31 weeks before he then played in one tournament before coming to Charlotte. So during that span, he was only able to chip and putt. He really couldn't swing a club very well. Pretty miraculous that after just one other tournament, he's now in position to chase down Scotty Scheffler. But by the way, he did tell me he knows the task at hand. He knows this will not be an easy Sunday.
Nope, but it's not meant to be, right? Major championships are coveted for that very reason. You understand that it's going to be awfully difficult, and he'll be eye to eye with the world number 1. Get out to the 3rd, and Bezuidenhout.
I don't care how well you play from tee to green this week, how stressless it can be, it's still a grind. It's a marathon out here.
Heck yeah, Bezuidenhout takes a step forward with that. We've seen so many hold from that second sort of cut, and it's so well conditioned by Keith Wood's crew out here. Again, a huge tip of the cap to them. All right, to 5. From that deep
That
rough,
was-
that was always going to be a chore.
Yeah, that was a tough lie. Plus, you're going uphill, and then once you get close to the hole, it's pretty level.
Hard work for par there. Here's Rory for par on 3.
Yeah, from about 15 feet.
And he just looks like he has to do something to get some energy.
To 5.
Let's see if Morikawa can somehow steal a par here. Needs to turn a little bit. There you go.
What a 4. Would have been a shame to spend those 2 birdies with 2 bogeys. But par made.
You just saw Bezaden Hout score from off the green. He steps to the tee at the par 3 fourth.
Yeah, 192 yards
It's like a
today.
flat one, you know what I mean? You're looking at that T-Mobile logo, I think it is.
Yeah.
Down on the stairs. That's it, man.
Trying to land the ball, 10, 12 feet to the right of the hole. Got to be careful not to get it too far. The ball green actually runs off to the left.
And Andy, we've seen that all morning with these big hops that roll past the hole and off the green.
Yeah, Matt, just a bit of breeze out of the right. So anything working its way in right to left to land in maybe 20 feet short of the hole would be pretty good.
That's a good looking line because you can see it tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Just barely covering that left-hand bunker. It's going to be a birdie opportunity.
That's a good look from Bezaden Hout. You heard Curtis mention it a moment ago. Rory's got to do something to get some energy up, and Andy, this would be a good spot to do it.
Oh, it surely would. But, you know, so often we talked a lot early in the week of all the positives of Rory winning the Grand Slam, taking all his self-imposed pressure off of him. You know, there can also be a letdown. You've accomplished something that's so special. You run around the country. Everybody's telling you how great everything was. It's hard to get refocused and get back grinding.
Boy, well said, Andy. You never know how you're going to react until you're in that situation.
Right at it. Will it stay on the green?
And that's what we've seen all morning long. It's going to be something we watch throughout the afternoon. You think you've put one right on that pin, and it rolls right off the back of the green.
We'll give him a pass, though, with what he's accomplished.
To 5.
Birdie putt for Fleetwood. He had gone 26 holes between birdies. That is very welcome for Tommy as he gets one back. Look forward to being with you throughout the morning leading up to coverage on CBS as we bring you the final round of 107th PGA from Quail Hollow. This finishing stretch has been talked about for good reason. It's as difficult as any three-hole stretch to close the majors we've seen statistically really more than a decade. But as these players have shown, you hit quality shots and you can take advantage. Jon Rahm did just that, gorgeous on Saturday, 16. But then you get the birdie, and then Curtis, 17's waiting for you. Can't miss there, can you?
Well, there's no bailout. You have to go right at it. He just missed a little bit to the right, funnels back away from the hole.
Made a putt of about this length for par on Friday. Saturday, not able to drop that one. When he got the birdie on 16 for the moment, he was tied for the lead. Now here's DeChambeau. He's really been putting with pace. Lipped one out on 13 yesterday, and then that one on 16. And if there's a swing that's going to haunt him, I suppose it's this 9-iron on 17.
Yeah, big mistake. He said it caught up in the wind, but he also started it too far, moving left with the wind. Caught the edge, and
he was baffled, trying to limit the damage to just a bogey, but yet another double here. 16, 17, and 18. We've seen them all over this golf course throughout these first 3 days. But as we showed, our leaders had no issues at all. Noren, dead aim, and it lands softly. That's a big key on that green.
Beautifully played.
But as you reminded us all morning, Curtis, good shots. One thing, got to make the putt. Noren buries it.
Nobody's ever won a golf tournament by striking the ball. You have to make putts.
Isn't that the truth? And then Noren on 18. He birdied 14, 15, 17, and 18. But no one was better than Scottie Scheffele coming down the stretch. And what's remarkable is that you could argue he left one out there after this approach on 16.
Well, he's such a good iron player. Why? Because he drives it in the fairway most every time.
This was the one putt that didn't drop coming home. Scheffele missed that one. But on 17, another quality iron shot from the world's #1.
Intimidating shot. Just take dead aim. Trust yourself. Stay down and through. Beautifully played.
After the miss on 16, this is on a perfect line with perfect pace.
This is not easy. Downhill from left to right. Don't get many fist pumped out of Scottie, but
we got a big one after what we see on 18. From that divot off the tee, no issue.
We talked about he could have played a conservative shot beyond the hole coming out of the divot. He went right at it, hit a beautiful shot. 12 feet left for birdie.
You loved what you saw here, didn't you?
Watch the reaction. Another fist pump with exclamation points. A little, go get that, baby.
Something like that. Lets you know that there's fire in the belly, and this is a man that's got his eyes on the prize, which would be the Wanamaker. And we had such a bunched up leaderboard on Saturday. But now you've got Scheffele and Noren clear of the field, and Scottie 3 clear of everybody. The players describing the challenges that they're trying to navigate getting home here at Quail Hollow.
The Green Mile is just a really tough test to golf. With those gusty winds, you have to hit some really good shots, and you also have to time it up at the right time too.
That place is never easy. It doesn't matter if you have no win or win, whatever. It's always hard.
I don't know what else to say other than I hit great shots on the last 3 holes. You just can't do much about it. The iron on 17, I thought I was going to be in the middle of the green. It just got smoked. The wind flipped and went right in, and that's a game of golf.
When it's blowing like that and the greens are this firm, it's such a fine line with hitting the ball close to the hole and feeling like you're scrambling for par.
I couldn't imagine those holes playing under par, and so for me, at the end of the round, that was nice to steal a couple shots coming down the stretch.
So we've shown you these gorgeous overhead looks, and this is how they played this week. 16 started off like it would be the most difficult hole, and it was on Thursday. 17 fairly consistent. It's awfully difficult all you want, and 18 on Friday was just absolute carnage, and it remains the most difficult hole on the golf course. Trouble left and trouble right. We get back out to the golf course. Ken Brown on a hole, Brownie, that these folks need to take advantage of before they get there. It's 14. What can you show us there today?
Yeah, 14 offers quite a lot of gravy. Well, The tee's back there. A lot of players have been able to drive the green. It's drivable today. It's a fantastic hole. I would say it's the signature hole on the golf course. The pin today is towards the back of the green. I've got one of these contour maps just to give you an idea of where everything is. These are the steep slopes, the purple and the red, and the blues and the greens are the level bit. And the flag today is 37 on 6 from the right. And this little red area I've marked is almost dead flat. Well, let's have a quick look round the green. It's an interesting one. Down the left side is this bunker here, which if you pull left, actually sometimes acts in your favour. You get in there, if you don't, you're likely to reach the water. And I see something that I've not seen for a while, and there's the culprit. See him down there? Ooh, like a submarine going under. A turtle's been wandering through here, so Keith Wood, he'll be panicking. If we keep it quiet, no one will know, but those are turtle footprints. When we look at the green here, it's 50 yards deep. All the way down the left is the water. It plays about 16 yards wide, but because of all the slopes, it's probably only 10 yards wide you're aiming it, and this little entry is only 8 yards, so it's very narrow. Let's have a look over on this right side. You're not going to go left. If you do, it's a big mistake. It's guarded here by a little hollow, tiny little hollow, and lots of people finish by the drain here. And it's actually not a bad spot today with this flag. You've got half a chance. If you go up the bank, very tricky. Sand trap, if someone said you can finish in this bunker, I'd be quite happy. It'd give you a real sporting chance, particularly if you're at the front end of it. Let's go and look at the flag. This bit of green probably plays 11 yards wide, not much more than that. Top tipples off on either side. And I've marked the area here, which is the flat bit. And the reason I've done that is because it's going to make putting a little trickier. You'd never know it was flat unless you knew on a map like this, but it is. So it'll make putting a little bit more tricky. And anything going a little long slips off the back there. This bit here, it shines away. This is a terrific hole. If you get it right, it would be very brave to hit your ball this far back on the green because it's narrow here. But get it on the putting surface, right bunker, you've got every chance of making a birdie. We might see the odd eagle, but we might see a few odd misreads.
Not if they're watching and paying attention, as they should be. I think PGA of America and the setup always great. Kerry Hagan, the folks gave him a look at it on Saturday. That was your green light. I think today 3 would be an excellent score there. We see the tee on 5. And Rory.
Both Christian and Rory parred the par 3 fourth. Christian has drove it in the left center of the fairway, and Rory's hit it down here close to a green mile. 77 yards to the front of this 5th green.
Well done, Norte. Those bunkers declared whether over 3 1/4, but
there were no bunkers here for him.
No, not in his line of sight.
I mean,
all right, let's take a look at the tee on 7, the par 5, Fleetwood.
Well, even though he's kind of hoping that it's right, it should be right, the bunker.
No stress, all set. Middle of the fairway. The 6.
All right, the long par 3, 252 yards downhill slightly. Si Woo Kim's hole-in-one hole, and it's Sam Burns playing alongside the defending champion, Xander Schauffele. Looks like a big green, Curtis, when you stand on the tee, but it's one of the hardest greens to hit at Quail Hollow.
Well, it's because it's 252 down the hill. Today's hole location accessible for this hybrid back center. Solid swing, always in control. Good looking shot.
Yeah, on a good line. It hops up, stays away from that false front, and stays right there. Good shot. That would be a good way to play the hole for everybody in contention today.
I'm enjoying watching these guys hit some hybrids on the big par 3. Long irons. We don't see it very often.
Now Xander stands on the tee here. The par 3s are tough here for everybody, but Xander hasn't made a birdie on a par 3 all tournament.
If you play the par 3s around here right at par for the week, you're gaining on the field.
His shot on the way. Our tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Also on a good line, and it hops right over Burns' ball, and that'll stay. So that's 2 good shots at 6 for Burns and Schauffele. Trying to find the perfect spot to watch the final round. To 5.
Going to be a packed house today. Youngsters, folks of all ages from all over coming here to Charlotte. It's a grand stage for this final round. All right, Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, after a perfect tee shot, 138 to this front left hole location, you just got to be careful. This ball has a chance to run off the green on the left. A little bit to the right of the hole would be a nice play. You could hear the firmness on that ball landing.
Yep, well done. What's Rory got in, Andy? I'm sorry?
He can throw it on the green.
Well, that would be illegal. I'm asking what the
He's got 89 yards to the hole, 355 according to my calculations.
Wow. Roasted one.
But most importantly, it's in the short grass.
It's been the battle this week.
He's got a little bit of ridge where Christian's ball ended up, that if he hits it in here with a little bit of spin, maybe one hops it past the hole, he probably can spin it back down that hill to get it really close. Got to carry it all the way up. There's a false front right in front of this hole. Now, let's see if we get some spin.
Yep, perfect.
Beautiful shot.
Perfect. Monster drive and a great wedge. And that gives Rory an excellent opportunity to get one closer. But this will be a Sunday just to see what kind of round he can put together. He will not be encroaching on the lead. That's Scotty Scheffler. That's much later this afternoon. Fun to be with you this morning. Show you what the folks are going to deal with throughout this final round of the PGA Championship.
On the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. That's just outside Philadelphia. Folks up there showed you their passion for the game last week, and it'll be wonderful to be in that great golf city next year. To register for tickets, visit PGAchampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. All right, we get out to the birdie putts for Bezuidenhout and McIlroy on 5, beginning with Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, pretty straight coming down this hill. It's all about speed. I think maybe it wants to go a little bit right at the end.
That's what he thought, Andy. It did not quite peel back as he thought it might. 6.
Birdie putt for Xander Schauffele. Just a little more pace on that line. He might have had a long birdie putt. We've seen a lot of long putts made this week at Quail Hollow. A lot of chip ins. That's one of the things I'm going to remember most from this week. All the shots made from off the green.
I don't think we're done either. You know, somebody's making some today. The question is just how important are they to the overall story of the champion? All right, the longest drive, closest approach today, Andy.
Yeah, putting almost the exact same line that Christian just putted on. Got a little teach. That always helps.
That's the cheat code right there. You hit it over 350. Inside 100, knock it into 5 feet, roll it in, birdie. Just needs to do it 13 more times, and he'll be right there to 6.
Rory will play this hole next. Sam Burns for birdie. Sam Burns had a really good start to this final round. 2 under already, and a tap in par at the difficult par 3. So he's playing well this morning. Ahead to 7.
All right, let's see the second for Fleetwood here on the par 5 7th.
You know, 6 iron for Tommy. This is going a little right. This has to get something.
Oh.
Did that even work?
What?
Is there a rake down there?
No, but there are plenty of rocks.
The volunteer, thankfully unaware that the tower was about to be buzzed, and somehow off the rocks on the green and putt for eagle. Sure. Goodness, that's remarkable.
That was the only scenario that was left out of Ken Brown's demonstration.
Right, we're going to have to talk to Brownie. Guy didn't take one down there and throw it off the rocks. Welcome to the property, Victor Hovland. He's got back-to-back top 3s in the PGA Championship. He's going to need to do some work to make it 3 in a row, but it's been a solid week thus far.
Indeed it has. All right, Andy, now Rory coming off the birdie on the tee at the downhill long par 3.
Yeah, 252. This is a big boy par 3. A little bit of breeze back from the right. It's really just kind of swirling around. It really hasn't blown any specific direction yet. Rory's got to feel a little bit better. Got up on the left to right hole. Looked like he's trying to hold out a cut, and he hit a perfect tee shot. And I'll see if he can make a good swing here at 6.
See those numbers of McIlroy. Not enough greens in regulation, and I think directly correlated to the struggles he'd had with the driver.
Yeah, I agree 100%. He's got to land this ball. There's a false front of about 6 or 7 yards. So he's got to land this one almost 10 yards onto the green.
Let's get for it to cut.
And that is going to miss the green on the left, but a lot of green to work with. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that hole's right in the middle today at 6. So if you miss the green from any direction, you should have some room to work with. And we'll watch the tee shot of Zadenhout playing alongside McIlroy.
Not on that flat, you know what I mean? It was like the other one.
He hasn't had the year that he's really hoping for yet. One top 10, that was a T4 back in Phoenix early in the year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm sure, Andy, he was disappointed yesterday. He was in position, and then he shot 77 yesterday in the 3rd round.
And a little bit of breeze now is picked up, kind of coming from the left, but not really enough to affect it more than a yard or 2.
Iron, Zadenhout fairway metal. Short of the bunker.
A little bit of.
All right, so that's not an unusual sight. 2 players, 2 missed greens at 6. Back to the par 5 7th.
After the bit of good fortune.
Right. Got to take advantage of it now, don't you, Scott?
You'd think.
Well, it's down the hill. It's going to continue to move up pretty much all the way there.
Bang. What a three. What a three for Tommy Fleetwood. Off the rocks. Lands softly. Gives him a chance. You called it, Bill. You got to take advantage. You get a break. Magnify that break, right?
That was unbelievable.
Really was. We're going to take another look at this one.
I mean, but you can't believe the smile on his face right now.
Because he knows.
Well, at this point, he knows he's hitting the water. More than likely, he's going to make bogey.
It sounds like a double ricochet. So somehow when the first rock hits like a vaulted rock, it sends it up with, and it lands softly. And that's an absolutely perfect roll from Fleetwood. Ken Brown suggested we could see eagles and maybe even an albatross, but nobody would have envisioned that. Remarkable. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship brought to you by Chase Sapphire. Upgrade your travel and dining experience. We will continue as we're with you till 1 Eastern time. Such a treat to bring you this final round coverage of the 107th play of the PGA Championship.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say any more, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Our friend Wright Thompson, gifted, has a way with words. For certain, we're just past 11 o'clock here in Carolina. In terms of what's at stake for Scotty, the company he'd be keeping, looking to be the first since Tiger and Jack to have a PGA Championship and a pair of Masters before turning 30. Be the 10th consecutive American to win this championship, which would be the longest streak since the 80s. And he grabbed control of the championship with the remarkable stretch from 14 to 18 on Saturday, but he knows as well as anyone in this field, better than most, what's required. 3-shot lead as he'll tee off. 2:40 Eastern time. Back to the golf on 7. It's Sam Burns.
Want to try to get it over in that bowl.
Here we go.
Catch the slope. Catch the slope. Don't go too far. This is going to be good.
This is in the area where Ken Brown was showing us earlier. Again, he brought it up, and I'm just going to keep mentioning it. He said albatross, said it wouldn't be out of the question given the whole location. We shall see. To 6.
That would be something. All right, Andy. McIlroy second.
The whole green to work with. Just, whoa.
Ran it up there, and it hit the flagstick.
That had some speed to it. That would have been a good 5-6 feet by.
Well, as we said, we're going to see some more of those as the day goes on. We almost had one there with Rory. So McIlroy. Bogey at 1, bogey at 3, birdie at 5, and now a par at 6. Back to 7.
Xander. Enormous drive. Just 173 to the hole.
This drive is a little easier for these players. It'll tighten up for the leaders, being careful of the
hasn't made a birdie,
on the right.
Hadn't made a birdie here all week and might not make one again. But the good news is he's got to look at eagle. You're going to bring a youngster out here in a stroll. I think a fan is a good idea. It is going to be a warm one. To 8.
And the aggressive par 4 8, 315 yards today, Billy. And he hits the bunker to the right. And look, after 7, this is that 2-hole stretch of this course where you can go get a number if you need it. We've seen players aggressive all morning at the 8th as they'll need to navigate that couple of hole stretch before they get to the difficult 9th. And an absolutely perfect day here for the final round of the PGA Championship. Hello. And so when you look at that front 9 relative to what you have getting to the back 9, those first 6 holes are difficult. Plus 392 for the week, 16 and 18. We know that story. So 7 and 8 early on before you get some of those scorables on the back 9 are going to be huge for our leaders when they continue to go off this afternoon.
Which on the backside is 10, 14, and 15.
Right. There's pockets on every side where you can go get your number, and 7 is one of them. So we go back to Rory.
Yeah, big time drive. Wind helping a little bit here at 7. He had a great drive here the first day where he tried to cut it. Just kind of a fairway finder and still hit it down here a mile.
Okay, wind. Wind. Oh.
Okay, that's going to be barely safe.
Looking at the right edge of that brown around that tree.
Still above you, Rory.
Was looking for wind that wasn't there.
Yeah, Scotty, it's mostly straight behind him.
All right, we've got a pair of eagle putts here. Burns.
Down the hill from the right. Just saw Tommy Fleetwood make it from this
Same
position.
line.
Just like that.
Here we go. Sam Burns, ladies and gentlemen, 4 under par, his first 7. Big green arrow pointing up next to his name. How high can he climb?
And I would just point out, Scott, we went through all the scoring holes and where you can make up ground. Burns birdies won it. We've had a lot of birdies on 1 and 2 today.
We sure have.
Could be that today maybe there's some scoring opportunity right when you start your final round.
The whole location on 1, again, for those who were watching on Plus, it's there. And after over 350 off the tee, again, part of the game that isn't often discussed. Very powerful. Not a single eagle here yesterday. It's just past 11. And we've already had 2. Now we'll look at 3. One last look. He was expecting some of that break to the left, and it did not happen. Still a chance for his first birdie of the week on this hole.
All right, back to 8, and Fleetwood out of the bunker.
Yeah, long bunker shot that you just have to play for a little release. And I'm going to give that a high mark right there, Matt.
Yeah, and the way, Billy, that green slopes away from that hole, that was a nice shot by Fleetwood. Let's go check in on Xander again.
Giving this one a long look.
Yeah, he knows what it's going to do exactly as the ball raced by the hole. Probably right center, just a little speed.
Firm and in, and the first birdie of the week gets Xander to 1 over par as he'll head to 8. He and Sam Burns. Burns with a chance for the best round on the golf course to try to take it even lower. PGA Junior League bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com.
The simple answer is PGA Hope is life-saving for me. Not just the program itself, but what the program does.
I met Colton 2018. He came to our Hope program. You know, he was probably not in a good spot that day that we were there. There was darkness in his eyes, and I knew there was probably some hurt and some pain going on. But the one thing that changed him, that gave him hope, was the golf ball.
Love you, pal.
Love you too, man. Oh,
have fun up there. Brian didn't care about my background. He didn't care what crimes I committed. He only knew that I wanted to hit that ball. You know what I mean? I wanted more of it. I think that was what I was really craving the whole time.
To have Colton really showcase his club and showcase where he's come from. He's worked really hard to get where he's at, and no one gave it to him. He had to earn it and work for it.
I've got a wonderful job that I've worked really hard for, and that I feel like I really belong there. It's cliche, but this game has truly saved my life.
Colton now a PGA associate and assistant golf professional at the Country Club of Asheville. Yesterday, Colton Hensley was the standard bearer for the McIlroy Schauffele Kirk group. Pleasure to welcome in now Derek Sprague. The PGA Championship marks the first one for the CEO of the PGA of America, and you've been on the job since January. I'm sure looking forward to this week with bated breath among all the many championships. How have those first few months gone for you thus far?
Well, Scott, it's been exciting but hectic.
I'm sure.
And it all starts with our members. You know, how we can support them from headquarters and our 30,000 plus in our 41 sections around the country, and see what we can do to serve them and make the game better. And our members, you know, I got a front row seat to see the great work that they do, like we just saw here, and of growing the game. Golf's in a great spot right now. We got full golf courses all throughout the country, and I'm excited. Schools are going to be opening up here. You know, we're getting done. Recess is going to start for the summer, and our PGA coaches are going to be out there doing PGA Junior League and helping people learn the game and play the game better, and so they can enjoy golf all year long.
And you talk about the gatekeepers of growing the game, and you mentioned 30,000 PGA golf professionals. In terms of a vision for the PGA of America, as you really get going here and settle in, is there a vision that you want folks to understand is your sort of primary objective?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're here to serve the game and grow the game, right? So when you look at our PGA coaches around the country and they're doing programs like PGA Junior League, we have over 77,000 kids playing the game now. They'll be here at a award ceremony at the end with their jerseys on, and then programs like PGA Hope, where we're saving lives. And then, of course, PGA Works, making the game look more like America today. So it's our PGA professionals that have been in the center of all that, the boom in the sport that we're seeing today, and in large part because of our PGA professionals, that they're doing every day on their job to grow this great game.
I can tell you one of the very favorite things of all of us that get to come to this championship as we walk during the practice rounds. We know the number one players in the world, right? You watch the best play. But one of the coolest things is when you see someone that's part of the Corbridge financial team of 20, and they represent their club at home. And when we get to show their moments of high achievement here on TV, I always tell them, you do your part, I promise we'll do ours. It's such a cool part to feel like they've won by being here. What would you want folks at home to know about the men that made it here and earned the right to compete with the best in the world?
Well, first, Corbridge has been a great partner of ours, and to see them support our 20 best here. You know, these 20 beat out about 3,000 to get to the championship this year. And what's interesting is playing is part of our DNA at the PGA of America, and these 20 represent the best,
no doubt,
in our association. And you know, to have them here playing against the world's best is just so exciting for them, and so exciting for us as PGA professionals to see them compete side by side.
Well, this is the prize that's up for grabs later in the day. We're going to have a worthy champion, whoever that might be. It was great fun to be partners and get to work with my friend Seth Wong and Derek. We look forward to getting a chance to be hopefully great partners together and work with you. We're here at your disposal. Have a great Sunday.
You got it, Scott. Thank you.
Cheers. We're back at 7. Rory McIlroy's third.
Yeah, really a dangerous shot. Has to come down that big slope that we've seen players get the ball close to the hole. Now it's going to be super fast coming down there.
Got to get to that. There we go. Now we go.
Boy, that was close to not even getting over the ridge, and it gets almost to the hole.
To 8.
All right, the hottest player on the course right now, Sam Burns, his second at the 8th. And Burns looks as if he'll add another birdie to that Sunday card, up to 9.
And Fleetwood.
241 to the hole, a little left to right breeze.
You don't hear that number very often on par 4s.
Well, it's longer than what they had on 7, Curtis.
It's an excellent shot, but it will run through. Back this tee up about 30 yards. It's over 530 on the card to 8.
Xander, similar position of Burns. Xander, similar result, but better. I'm telling you, between 7 and 8, there are going to be Sunday fireworks, and Xander launches them early. Eagle opportunities at 7, and you get it up there high enough, you can eagle the 8th up to 9.
Morikawa with a head cover off.
Yeah, 4 yards closer, Fleetwood hit 9 wood.
9 wood?
Colin trying to follow suit with his 9 wood.
I heard a bunch of 7 woods this week. I had the first description of the 9 wood I've heard. All right, that ends up in the bunker. Back to 7.
Super quick coming down the hill.
We'll move to his right with a little speed.
Oh, that was violent.
What else can happen this week?
To 8.
And Sam Burns. Another birdie. Look at that card to start Sunday. Perfect as he heads to the 9th. 5 under. As we go back to 8. And Andy, I don't know if you saw Rory's laugh after that putt lipped out. It was almost as if, what else could happen to me this week?
Well, just go ahead and maybe hold this, you know. That'd be about the only thing else he hasn't done.
That would change the laugh into excitement.
317 today. Breeze helping, easy to get it there.
Showed some anger after that swing. He's pinned high to the right side. You just get the sense that Rory hasn't found it from minute 1 as we go up to 9.
Morikawa in the bunker.
Not a clean lie. Downhill to the hole. Oh, that's good. That's about all that was available.
There wasn't a ton of bite given the lie, Billy. That makes sense. Back on the tee. Off the birdie eagle sequence. Big sequence.
There you see 535 yards up the hill on the 2nd.
Top Choicer brought to you in partnership with Rolex, and yet another big ball off the tee for Xander. Now at the green, right up against the differentiation between the 2 cuts. No problem though for Fleetwood. Very nearly hold for birdie. All right, Burns, who's got the best round on the golf course, 5 under through 8.
Anything left of the bunker will be ideal.
Sam's leaning as if it's heading that way, and it is.
Yeah, I don't think I can get to that far part.
It's not a deep bunker, but there's such a long ways to go. It could be an issue.
Morikawa for par. Nope.
That was just a poor stroke.
He knew it immediately, didn't he, Billy?
Yes.
So an adventure to shoot even par. 3 circles, 3 squares, and a look that says, son of a gun. All right, Max Homa had a rough Saturday. Playing his 3rd. Punching out, missing the fairway. That misses the green. Ooh. That was the full release.
Frustration. Been struggling, well documented the last year and a half. Seemed to turn the corner, but poor round yesterday and not happy today. It's a tough game. We've all been there. But you can't let your emotions get the best of you. Got to keep grinding. He's talked about it whenever asked. Very honest young man. Sometimes it's just more than you can handle.
Did have a top 12 at Augusta.
You know, when you're changing your swing, when you're trying to get back to where you were, the physical is sometimes a whole lot easier than the mental.
You know, we've seen Rory McIlroy be frustrated as well. Quail Hollow's tested the best since Thursday. And sometimes by the time you get to Sunday, the frustrations have been building, and in Max Homa's case, they just boiled over. And McIlroy now, Andy, just off the green. This looks to be pretty doable.
Yeah, he's got tons of green to work with. He goes up over a little ridge and then downhill all the way to the hole. This is one that if you're not careful, you could chip it right off the green. But there's a little ridge, and another second ridge about 10 feet in front of the flagstick coming the direction he's coming. So judging the speed here will not be easy.
Going with a lofted club. Thought he might go down with more of a 8-iron approach.
There's that second ridge Andy was talking about. What a tidy shot by McIlroy. If you're just joining us on the early coverage, we were just talking about some pockets of scoring, and you get to 7 and 8 and you need to make a move. McIlroy just kind of showed you a roadmap if you miss the green. It's the 3rd easiest hole. Only one of the par 4s playing it under par for the week, and you see why.
Looks like the wind is starting to pick up a bit as well.
You could hear it in Andy's mic too when he's out there. The trees behind us here at the 18th, and certainly the flags. It is windy, but that doesn't matter. It is absolutely perfect for a Sunday at the PGA Championship as we look at the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Bet $10 and get $100 back in bonus bets. The promo code BIRDIE, which is what these players are playing for out there. We'll return after this.
Well, this final round of the PGA Championship, third round by the numbers. Scotty Scheffler, who's going to tee off in about 3 hours here today. Lowest round of the day, 6 under, first time with the field's best round in his major career, which is kind of surprising. 4 players birdied both 17 and 18. Nobody did that in the first 2 rounds. Scheffler and Noren were 2 of those who are playing in the final group. I don't think that's a coincidence. Bryson DeChambeau really struggled down the stretch and might have cost himself a chance to really put pressure on Scheffler today. Held the outright lead as he came to the tee at 16. So DeChambeau, instead of being right up there with Scotty, that costly stretch, he is 6 shots behind. Scheffler leads by 3. Alex Noren will play alongside world number 1. Davis Riley played really well. So did JT Poston. John Rahm, maybe he can get out and shoot a low score. There are birdies and low scores out there, including for this guy.
And Burns is on the move, 5 under on the day. We made the point repeatedly these first couple of days that if Scotty played his best, then who knew where he'd be? Well, he did, and now he leads by 3. You saw the chunk there for Burns. We'll have some work to do on 9. On the tee, it's Rory.
What breeze here is blowing really hard on the last hole. Basically calmed down, so there's not so much into him right here. He can reach the bunker on the right.
Perfect.
So important to put it on this fairway on this long par 4 to have a chance to even get it home.
Over 5:30 on the card for this final round. Matt Fitzpatrick texting, tweeting, something.
Calculating numbers.
That's actually probably right. Very analytically based player, and tied for 8th as his Sunday begins. Here's Burns 4th.
Drove it poorly, had to lay up, batted the 3rd. Now in jeopardy of throwing away 2 of the 4 shots he's gotten back today. I don't think the drive on 9 it concerns this young man right now. Maybe trying to climb this tree is more of a concern.
Or what was climbing up that tree earlier in the week.
Woo. Jake the Snake.
Xander. Birdie eagle stretch, trying to continue an elite sequence. Good speed. Xander's 3 under for his round, 1 under in the championship. See, Curtis went and had to say it.
I didn't. All I said was what was climbing it. Curtis is the one that took it the rest of the way.
Why would you manifest such a thing, Curtis?
Well, I think it's fascinating. He's a black rat snake, and he climbs up there for food. But how does he climb up a tree?
Because they're evil.
Curtis is our resident herpetologist.
Let's see if Burns can roll this one in. Played so well the first 8. No doubles this week, and he maintains that with an excellent putt. Out in 31. Still 2 under. That's good for tied for 23rd at the moment.
I have nothing to say.
Okay.
If it doesn't have shoulders, I don't like it.
Xander Schauffele, reigning champion, 32 to begin. To the 6th.
That long par 3. Made 2 birdies here this week. Haven't been very many birdies at 6. Olesen.
4. All right.
Going to be a tough birdie from over there. Those guys were not expecting a golf ball. So that's a long way from the hole at 6. Thorborn Olesen is playing alongside Luke Donald. It's been a really fun week for Luke and fun for us to watch him. The European Ryder Cup captain who just hasn't played much competitive golf at all lately.
Only 4 tournaments this year, hasn't made a cut. Really semi-retired, taking on the Ryder Cup captaincy in full force. Did such a good job 2 years ago in Rome to lead his team.
In the first round, he played the only bogey-free round. Well, those guys better be heads up because one's coming after him again.
Wondering, what have we done to you? Afraid that might roll back down the cart path.
Those other folks look pretty darn comfortable. I think they may have to move here soon.
Up to Morikawa's third on 10.
Yeah, drove it in the left-hand rough and trying to drive it in there. One big hop and stop.
Just like that?
Mm-hmm. Underneath the hole.
That's where you wish to be. We'll have a decent look for birdie. Bezuidenhout, second on 9.
He's left within the 240s to get it all the way to that back right hole location and try to take it out to the left and ride it with the left to right wind. Stay there. Okay.
Just
this
barely.
Is a big boy hole today, Scotty.
Every bit of it, Andy. I mean, I'll just tell you, the players this week, when they saw it, they're like, I don't know that this was necessary, but it's significantly backed up. 315 off the tee, and Rory's got a long way home, Andy.
But it's from the fairway, so that's good. I would think he'd probably take this at the middle portion of the green and try to let it just ride the wind a little bit. It's hard to get it all the way near to that back right. You're going to see a lot of guys going that direction as we go through the day. Super dangerous to try to get it close back there.
This is the longest this hole's played all week long.
Our leader has arrived. Scotty Scheffler off that brilliant 5-hole stretch Sunday, a 3-shot lead as he arrives. He'll be going off just about 3 hours from now.
He's getting lazy.
Let's take a look at the Journey to the Championship presented by Chase Sapphire. Only player with 3 rounds in the 60s this week, Scotty Scheffele. We made the point repeatedly those first 2 days for him to be in the 60s, considering he wasn't at his best, was a little bit frightening for the rest of the field. As you saw that 5 under stretch, 5 under, best he's ever had in his major championship career. The 4th career round of 65 or lower in the PGA Championship history. It's tied for Adam Scott for the most in event history. Adam Scott isn't a person, or if he is, he has never played the championship to my knowledge. All right.
I did a good job the first 2 days of scrambling and posting a good score when I didn't really play my best.
Scoring on 14 and 15 coming down the stretch with the green mile ahead. And now he needs to buckle up.
There are 3 really challenging holes, and I gave myself 3 good looks, which is really all you can ask for.
That's the look right there. Birdie time for Scotty Scheffele.
#1 in the world, and there's a reason why.
Coming down the stretch, I just had a really good finish, and then felt like the last 2 holes I really stole a couple shots there.
You see the lowest score to par at the majors since 1995. Scotty Scheffele, 77 under. He's ahead of Xander, Rory, Brooks, and Colin. Multiple major champions all. And because we're talking about the world #1, and because he was able to play Curtis in red numbers when he wasn't at his best and played as he did Saturday, there might be a tendency to want to hand him the Wanamaker now. But understanding what stands between him and that prize, biggest challenge for him in your estimation is what?
Be patient today. Realize there's going to be ebbs and flows out there. Somebody's going to make a run, and it's going to get close more than likely. He's not going to go out and birdie the first 2 or 3 and win and lead by 6 all day long. You wouldn't think.
Right. Rory's lengthy birdie putt there on 9 was tracking, just missed.
You know, you have to remember those chasing will probably play a little more aggressively than Scotty Scheffele.
Morikawa on 10. And a short miss on 9, and it's a fairly well-worn expression of frustration. Richard Bland here for Eagle. 4th of the day. 52-year-old Englishman. A touch of class there. Lovely. Again, if you're with us on ESPN Plus this morning, Ken Brown made it clear this hole is going to be a green light for a low number to 4.
Here's Harris English. Maybe green lighting one at the par 3 4th. And that'll get closer. That's a good golf shot. To 10.
Second for Burns on 10.
Chance to really shoot a low score. Good shot there.
Let's see where it stops there
Easy.
on 10. You see the difference in the sheen of that green. That whole location is right there on it.
Down green to the back of the green.
Rory for par. So a round of par for McIlroy. And now to 10. Xander from the middle of the fairway.
Beautiful tee shot on this par 5. There you see the flags in the background starting to move a little bit.
He's asking for it to land softly, which for our friends in Memphis rhymes with Schauffele.
That'll be okay. Pitching right up a gentle slope. No problem. 10, 14, and 15. They're the holes you want to try to take advantage of on this backside.
beautiful day. Into Clark on 5. We saw Rory McIlroy hammer one here earlier. Wyndham, one of the longer players on tour, and that spins a little bit more than he would have wished. And our first group of the day, Chris Kirk, Sergio Garcia, each under par on their rounds for the day, and they have reached 18.
Up the hill second. Flagstick 33 back, 7 from the left, all the way to the back left portion of the screen. And the creek is probably only about 12 steps left to the hole location. Have to miss to the right just a bit.
Will it stay on? Not quite, but that's
Good
more
play.
than satisfactory.
Yep. Great finishing hole.
Yeah, that of all the hole locations, and we've seen Friday was the day that it played the most. Excuse me. Yes, it was Friday that played the most difficult. Is there a hole location you think is the most difficult of all on the screen?
I think on this golf course, with all the false fronts, the front hole locations are the most difficult. But here at 18, with it 33 paces back, last hole Sunday, pretty good hole location.
All right. 99 at Medina. El Nino, the kid. Now 2025. Sergio. With a round under par. And an approach that ends up in the bunker. Plenty of green to work with from there as Garcia and Kirk. First off at 8:10 this morning. Brisk pace to 5. And that was Clark. It was birdie races past. And back to 4.
You saw Harris English's tee shot. Left him with this birdie putt. Be a quick one down to the hole. Nothing to it. So Harris English gets into the red at 1 under. Over to 10.
Rory on the tee.
Breeze right to left. See if he can hit one of those bombs. Knock it down here in 2.
Right center will run out on the fairway.
Well, this is headed down the right side.
Yep.
Just what Curtis suggested.
Pinches in at about 310.
Now Burns for eagle.
Back up the hill into the green. Gentle. Gentle.
That's running.
Now down green.
See, the color change is right there. PGA of America knows what it's doing.
Yes, they do.
Had 1 eagle there on 10. Already 4 on the par 5 7th. Now to 11.
Billy Kratzert still out with Colin Morikawa from the bunker. It's been another theme of the week here at Quail Hollow. That one bounces beyond the green. Big, hard hop. The fairway bunkers have been playable this week.
They're not real deep unless you get up against the face.
Let's see how close Xander can get here.
Yep. Scared me, coach. Yeah. So easy. I got it.
He will not be pleased with that.
Pair of 1-unders, the 11:50 tee time. Hovland and Neiman about to be introduced.
Good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 11:50 starting time. Please welcome on the tee from Chile, Joaquin Niemann.
Multiple-time winner on LIV, looking for a top 10 breakthrough in a major. He has said he believes that his form in majors is not a matter of if, but when. I would agree with him.
I think everybody agrees with him. 3-time winner this year.
So talented. And that's drawing more than he might have wished, but still have a good angle at a front hole location on one.
Next on the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
John McGinnis put it well yesterday, Curtis. He turned a weakness into a strength, speaking of his short game. A runner-up in 2023, finished third here last year. I'd say the same thing for him. I think a matter of winning a major, not a matter of if, but when.
But has been struggling with his swing. Seems like he's turned the corner.
With a win down in Florida.
Yes.
Gorgeous pair in the fairway on one. There have already been 6 birdies there. As they walk towards one, Taylor Moore looking for birdie. Quick, perfect. So Moore moves to 2 under par, which at the moment is good for tie for 23rd. That's where Sam Burns is as he plays here on 10. Did he hit it? Not enough. He'll settle for par. All right, now Sergio to try to finish off his round with a par. Oh, brilliant. Well done, Sergio. First and third rounds were the enemy. He was under par Friday and Sunday as he wraps up play. Xander Schauffele. That's birdie 4 on the par 5, 10th all 4 days for Schauffele, who's got momentum. You see 4 under for the last 4 holes played, and some scoring holes to come before that difficult finishing stretch. Among those chasing Scotty, how about JT Poston? You see that he's been the best this week in terms of greens in regulation, thirds in stroke gain on approach, and in putting. Only player top 5 in both. That's a nice combination. Under par each round this week. And awfully decorated company. Scotty, John Rahm, and Tony Finau. He's only 4 off the lead. We're all chasing Scotty Scheffler as we continue our coverage. Sunday from Quail Hollow in the final round of the PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, a 3-shot lead here as we head into the final round. Hope you've been with us throughout the morning, bringing you coverage over on ESPN Plus and here on ESPN to show you how the golf course is playing on a sunny and warm day. The wind blowing a bit more, expected to be a storyline throughout the afternoon as it was on Saturday. Take a look at the leaderboard. The closest pursuers in terms of major championships won John Rahm, of course, a multiple major winner at 6 under. Xander, a multiple major winner. He's 4 under on the golf course. He and his playing competitor Sam Burns 4 under, the best on the golf course. Now Rory on 10. Hard to slow it down from that rough, and he cannot.
Well, the flagstick is perched right up on the beginning of the slope away, so it's just good shot, a little bit of luck needed to get it close there.
Second on 1 for Neiman.
That's from 200 yards into a little breeze.
John McGinnis with his group. Good afternoon, John, or good morning for 3 more minutes. What a shot. Now, Thorbjorn Olesen. That's his second to the par 5 7th.
Massive drive.
Here's that swale, and here it comes.
Doesn't have enough speed.
There it comes. We've already had 4 eagles. Olesen will have that to make it 5 already. Third at 10. Bezuidenhout.
Difference here, he's playing out of the fairway. He's going to be able to control this ball, but a really difficult hole location right on top of the ridge.
It took me probably
Great shot.
Yep.
Second for Hovland at 1.
178 down the hill.
That's going to leak into the bunker. Disappointing approach to 4.
Eric Cole, a memorable moment early in this tournament. On the 4th, a long birdie. Do it! That's how you bookend a tournament at a hole that you've had fun with all week. In the first round, Eric Cole said he had a memorable moment. Here it was, first career ace. I mean, that looked good off the iron, went in. And with that birdie you just saw with Cole, gentlemen, he's done a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4.
Hit for the cycle.
He touched the ball.
All right, McIlroy needs to hold this for birdie.
Just barely off the green. I thought he might be able to putt this ball, but he's going with some loft. That's going to be a good 4 or 5 feet for par.
Yeah, he'll have that for 5. Harris English, middle of the fairway on 5.
Flagstick front left. Very accessible today.
Right at it.
Good shot.
Well done for Harris. All right, so we've had 13 groups play through 7. So that's 26 players. There's already been 4 eagles. That means 15% of the field already has eagled the 7th. We'll see if Olesen can make it 5. No, he cannot. That's guy that had missed a field goal. You mentioned it, then the guy missed the field goal. It's an announcer's fault, but the point remains that 7 is yielding plenty of good scores early. Moment ago.
Back into the grain, a little bit from left to right. To keep your speed up. All right.
So that was a moment ago. Bezuidenhout made birdie. Rory settles for 5. All right, back to 1 and the 3rd for Hovland.
Deep bunker over here. It got a little steep and a little diggy with that, and just way too much sand.
And he's going to come down the hill to try to save his par. Here's Harris English
for his 2nd birdie in a row.
Unable to convert there to 11.
Well, Sam Burns, both he and Xander Schauffele playing together. Both are 4 under par for their rounds, but missing the fairway from the pine straw at 11. Curtis, it's a hole that has played harder and harder as this tournament has gone on. It's playing hard today. It was the 2nd hardest hole on the golf course yesterday, number 11. So that's a challenging one on the back 9 at Quail Hollow. As we get closer and closer to the tee times for the leaders of this 107th PGA Championship on Sunday in Charlotte.
Jack Nicklaus, he has won his 4th PGA. He has taken the torch and he's running with it. Bill's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous 6-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Valhalla. Bryson DeChambeau another U.S. Open championship. And champion golfer of the year. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
Just past noon here in Charlotte, North Carolina, as we await the leaders, Scotty Scheffler, along with Alex Noren, 2:40 Eastern Time. We're with you for one more hour here on ESPN as we show you the play here in the final round for those that were out early. We're seeing some low scores on the golf course, just showing you it's doable. Schauffele and Burns playing together, both 4 under par. In terms of what's at stake when Scotty walks to the tee, 3 majors with 15 tour wins before you turn 30. Last 40 years, that's 2. Tiger, Rory. A PGA and 2 Masters before you turn 30, that's 2. It's Tiger and Jack. Good company to keep. And it would be a decade straight of American winners in this PGA Championship. Here's some thoughts from his peers on who and what Scotty is.
Chasing world number one, it's going to take everything, and we're going to give it all. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to have to put another good round together like we did the first round and see what happens. Obviously, like I said, Scotty's playing great golf, and it's going to be a tough one, but we're ready for the challenge.
It's a stacked leaderboard, and Scotty's best player in the world for a reason, and he's playing great again this week, so it'll probably take something pretty special tomorrow to catch him.
It's always fun playing against the best in golf. It's a reward, It's all the hard work that you've put in. You just hope that a few things go your way and you get the job done.
He's not going to go backwards, so he's the best player in the world, and rightfully so. He's great when he's on top of the leaderboard, and he's going to be hard. He's going to be a hard guy to chase down tomorrow. But you got to be up for the challenge and just try to play some good golf and see what happens.
With Curtis Strange, Scott Van Pelt, we are with you again for an hour here. And the perspective of his peers, Curtis, I thought it was interesting. We mentioned earlier Michael Kim, who's out there playing. He tweeted yesterday, Scotty is inevitable. And there is that. The comparison to anyone to Tiger, I've resisted that. It feels similar in this way this week, that when he didn't play well, what did he do? Got something out of the round. Mm-hmm. Then he plays a good round, and now he's got the lead, and there's this, what are we going to do? Well, but there's still 18 holes to play. Yep. Every man's mortal. So the challenge for him today, and for those chasing him, how do you frame it from those trying to catch Scotty?
Scotty knows that if he just plays Scotty golf, he'll be just fine today, especially with a 3-shot lead. The pressure comes from the chasers. They know they have to be extremely special. As you said, much with Tiger in the day, you can beat Tiger, but you have to be at your very, very best. There's pressure that comes standing on the first tee, knowing just you have to be the best you can be, and that doesn't happen very often.
There is a freedom, though, for those that are chasing, because they'll have to be more aggressive and probably take on flags that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise. But unless Scotty cooperates, then it's going to require something pretty special, it would appear, from those in pursuit.
I think you're going to have to make putts. It's a hard enough golf course. It's a long enough golf course. You have to drive in the fairways. We've seen if you don't, you struggle all day long. It's going to be hard. It's absolutely going to be hard. They're going to watch the leaderboard, and if Scotty gets off to a decent start, takes care of the par fives like he has, plays solid, putting the fairway on the green, they know they're going to watch. He's going to be a tough man to beat.
Rahm's got multiple majors, 5 back. Bryson's got multiple majors, 6 back. So they could hang a good number, but it would require Scotty backing up a bit. You heard Tony Finau say, he's not going to. There is the wind to deal with, and it's.
And Scotty will be ready for anything. He's done this plenty of times already. He knows somebody might make a run. Just be ready for any of those little battles that come on the golf course.
Well, he's done it twice before, but on the same golf course. So, as Dave Fleming was pointing out in the break, it'd be big to do it elsewhere. I think we all think it'll happen eventually. Could be today. There's 11.
Yeah, pretty darn good chance. Rory McIlroy was in the fairway, but not his best approach shot. From the fairway at 2, John McGinnis with Victor Hovland.
Well, he didn't want it right at the flag, but it's going to hang in there. That's about a foot from rolling way off the green.
Yeah. To 3.
And Michael Thorbjornsen. On a perfect line, and it rolls around and down.
Now we're looking players who have been playing pretty solid golf all week long. You expect them to hit quality golf shots, and if they make some putts, could possibly make a run.
Been busy all morning on the range as the final rounds get underway for those with the later tee times. Again, it's a long wait until the afternoon, and that's something that those who've been through it know how to navigate. Noren does as well. Alex Noren's a vet. He's played in plenty of majors, so he'll be familiar with what the routine is. All right, Fleetwood on the tee at 13. They're trying to figure out the math.
Well, the math is 212. They're trying to figure out the wind.
Perfectly said, Billy.
And it's actually strengthened, Scott, in the last, I'm going to say once we made the turn at 9. I think it's strengthened and sometimes a little gusty.
Fleetwood's a couple under on his round, has played well. Really for him, Saturday was where this tournament went to die for his hopes of winning, but playing a class round today.
Exactly, and yeah, he got a nice break at 7, but it's been pretty solid. And going forward, he's just a nice round. 6 iron, straight up in the air.
Yeah, it's on.
See if they figured out the wind. It's on the proper level.
Going straight at it.
Right in the middle. Not all the way back, just past the middle. We'll stay here for Morikawa. Started birdie, Billy. I would imagine the frustration meter's been buried in the red for a while.
Yeah, the mistakes he's made, Scott, is the iron play over the green. And Curtis can jump in on that as well. Anytime you miss the greens long at Quail Hollow, it is difficult to get the ball up and down.
And with these tough hole locations, with a tiny bit of breeze running around, you have to be exact in your ball striking and judgment.
Looking for that to cut.
6 iron as well, and looks like he grabbed a little green.
Oh, yeah. Releases nicely. So a couple of putts forthcoming for that group. Bo Hostler. We've got another opportunity for another eagle.
Okay, just get it out to the right. Almost an entire hole on the right. Let it feed to the left. Didn't get it up.
Missed on the same line that Ollison did in the group just ahead of him. But we will see quite a few more birdie putts for certain, and you'd have to believe eagles made, I should say, as the afternoon progresses. 2-11.
McIlroy's birdie putt.
He's putting up the hill from the middle of the green, then it goes away from us really fast past the hole.
He couldn't have been all that happy with his iron shot, huh, Andy?
You know, it's back up into some breeze. He thought you got your guarding against going long, but when you're this position on Sunday, you shouldn't be worrying about that too much.
11's been tough. Let's go to 12. That's not an easy hole.
Yeah, Dave, it is not. It is the narrowest fairway here at Quail Hollow. The second hardest to hit. As you see, Sam Burns did not. He's in that left rough. With the round he's playing, let's see if that stays, because if it does, Curtis, that's a world-class golf shot from where he hit that from.
That's unbelievable. You know, to turn it out of the rough from right to left, keep it low, and run it properly.
All right, see if the scoring continues at 7.
Wyndham Clark.
Seen a lot of good second shots here, but we have seen a lot of good tee shots to set up the second shots.
That's a great point. Let's see if that comes back down.
You know, catch the slope. Here
we
it
go.
comes.
Reminiscent in a way of some of those hole locations that we're familiar with Sunday at Augusta National, where if the ball catches the slope with the right pace, it will funnel in the right direction. Let's see if Max can take advantage after a big 340-yard drive. Wind at his back. They'll have considerably less into this par 5 than they will into the par 4 ninth, which is coming up. Little deep. We'll have a little chip from there. To 2.
Birdie putt for Hovland.
A lot of right to left in it.
If you're going to make a run this afternoon, you're going to have to make a number of 15 to 20 footers. It'll be tough to stuff it in close a lot here.
Par putt for McIlroy. Just snuck that in the right side, so Rory makes Of par at a hole that's really been playing tough, especially the last couple rounds. Now we'll go back ahead to 13.
Birdie putt for Fleetwood.
Yeah, coming across the greens. Move to his left pretty much all the way down the hill.
What a putt. Oh, it doesn't drop. It's the left edge hard. Fleetwood will remain 2 under for his round. That would have gotten him back to level for the championship. Bob McIntyre on one, powerful lefty. Safely on one. Historically, one was much more difficult than it's playing today. Back to Morikawa on 13.
And I think just by watching him today, and the thing that he needs to solve is this club right here. Start out nicely, but then all of a sudden the stroke, the confidence was gone. That was good. That was really good. He needs more of those, Scotty.
That'll do. We all do, Billy. We all do. But Morikawa, good bounce back. That's the second time today he's followed up a bogey with a birdie. 2020 champion. The reigning champion now on 12.
So Xander just off the back of the green. 2 under for the day. Playing good golf. Can he add another? Leaves it short. So Xander's nice round continues. 4 under on the day.
Fleetwood to finish. Bit of magic in that eagle on 7, and on 9 it's going to take more than magic for Donald here. He's basically in jail.
Yeah, it just looks like a chip out. And couldn't hit it very hard anyway with that tree just in front.
Abbreviated follow through.
Take your medicine. That's all you could do.
So he'll try to make par from the fairway.
All right, Burns for birdie at 12. These two are just drafted off each other, both 4 under. You have to think that's why Burns was running a little hot yesterday, that he didn't get to go out first thing in the morning because he went out early this morning. And look at the number both he and Xander are putting up. They're playing a little best ball. They're 7 under. She's happy about it. Here's a statistic that doesn't make sense. McIlroy's had an issue hitting fairways this week, yet he's hit this one 2 of 3 times, the second hardest to hit at the course, Andy.
Boy, this one's going to be okay.
See, hit it again. He hit this fairway 3 of 4 times. Not a big deal.
Highlight, a little bit of highlight.
Not a big deal. Let's go over to 7.
For another eagle on 7.
And another putt down the hill.
Yeah, first time seeing this drivable par 4. Whole location, we'll talk about it here as we see it with some of these players coming through, is far back, and that does change this hole.
Well, it's a hard left to right wind as well.
Yeah, Billy. Tommy Fleetwood next to go. Billy Kratzert out there. When the hole was up, Billy, rounds 1 and 3, we had 8 eagles. The one time it was back in round 2 was only Max Homa's great tee shot that turned into an eagle.
Players talked all week long that they would have a tendency to lay up when that flag stick is all the way back, but I think these guys are going to go most everyone.
Yeah, this is a mini driver for Fleetwood.
The mini driver is similar to an old 2-wood.
Yeah. Hated it from the get-go.
I can see why. So in the water for Fleetwood, back to 13.
Xander on the tee.
Flag stick 28 paces back on the left.
And that's, we can see the top of the ball from there. Trying to continue a string of a dozen consecutive top 20s in major championships. All right, now the third for Donald on 9. .532-yard par 4. And a run away and back off. Burns on the 13th. Gotta love it.
All the way down into that collection area below the hole at 13. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow.
World number 1, looking for major number 3. World number 1, looking for major number 3. It's Scotty Scheffler.
Be as good as you look.
My goodness. Look at this. That's an eagle at Quail. Scheffler sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship.
Yes, sir. Scheffler goes eagle birdie. And now he needs to buckle up with the green mile ahead.
Boy, that looks perfect. And perfect it is. Scotty Scheffler to 10 under par. Number 1 in the world, and there's a reason why.
I mean, this is just a clinic.
Greatness at its very best.
It's a Schauffele showcase performance.
Just an incredible display coming home. 5.23 strokes gained over the field. But it's worth pointing out he only gained 1 stroke on Alex Noren, who played the same stretch 4 under par. But section the afternoon Saturday when the world's #1 player grabbed a hold of this championship. Can he hold on Sunday to 12?
And Bezuidenhout's second shot.
Yeah, severely sloping from left to right. You can use the ridge behind it or to the left, get it closer to the hole. Is this going to stay? It's moving.
And it's picking up speed.
And it's going to get closer. Well done. Staying in the fairway, you know if you go a little long into the right, the ball's going to run well off the green. So that was a good play.
That is how you use the contour of the green as we move ahead to 13.
See if Burns can get up and down to stay at 2 under for the championship.
What a roll off. The front right of this green, up the slope, probably 4 to 5 feet. Well played there, well judged.
That was perfect. 14.
All right, Billy. Tommy Fleetwood drove it into the water.
Yeah, then such a hard shot. Awkward lie, stance.
Billy, even harder shot today with the wind coming out of the left.
Exactly.
A drivable par 4. Fleetwood lies 3 and is still not on the green. Back to 12.
McIlroy off a tree, off the tee into the fairway.
Maybe use the ridge now too.
Same spot as Bezuidenhout.
This got a little bit more spin. This is coming back.
So we'll check back in on the birdie attempts of those two as we go up to 14.
This is what's going to happen with the leaders if they block it out to the right here at the short par 4.
Yeah, really difficult short shot, Curtis, but you cannot play it any better than that.
That was beautiful.
How about the speed through that swing from Morikawa? Beautiful flop shot. Xander trying to land it softly on a great line. And he'll watch that roll well past.
Greens look like they're gaining a little bit of speed.
All right, let's see if
as they dry up.
Let's see if Neiman can roll in another.
Birdied the first?
Yes, he did. Just expect to see him put on a show one of these final rounds.
All right, here's Marco Penge, the DP Tour winner. Penge. Yep. I should point out when we're talking about that score zone of 7 and 8, 7, 4 eagles, 12 birdies, 8, 2 eagles, 12 birdies. That is a lot of scoring you can put on your card, and Penge just did that, adding it to the eagle count at 8. Now McIlroy at 12.
Slippery going down the hill.
And all we would have to do is put together a montage of Rory McIlroy reactions. It'll give you a sense of how it's happened this week. Let's go back to Xander.
For par. That's on a great line. Excellent save. He's got 14 and 15 ahead of him, trying to climb the leaderboard, continue that top 20 streak to 14.
All right, Morikawa's birdie.
Well, trying to back up the birdie at 13 with one here, so a chance on the par 5 coming up, Dave.
Yeah.
3 in a row.
Yeah, no kidding. Maybe that putter will finally start to heat up for Colin.
Back to 12 in Bezuidenhout. So either he or Rory could make the birdie at 12. Andy did a great job of detailing where you can land it on that slope to have an opportunity. He remains at 2 over. Now to 4 and Joaquin Niemann trying to decide the club.
It's what I feel like you can get not go,
John, what's that wind like right now?
It's dead down, and it's Gary Matthews, veteran caddy known as the Animal.
Yep.
At 192 all the way back, but you don't want to carry it more than 175. Joaquin and the Animal sounds like a Disney special, doesn't it?
It sure does.
I just realized, John, I've known him for 30 years, and I have no idea what his name is. I know that I just say Animal for money. I couldn't tell you that. That's terrible.
He doesn't really respond when you call him Gary.
Not terrible. Niemann's tee shot. It appeared he chose the right club if it hangs on.
Yeah, that's really good just to carry it over the bunker downwind.
See that we saw it this morning. You get it past the pin, it can be in danger of rolling off the back of that green. You know, he had a round going earlier yesterday and then faltered in the final 3-hole stretch. Marty Smith with Bryson DeChambeau.
Thank you, Matty. That's right. Bryson stands at 5 under par going into this final round. What has this place presented you in the first 3 days?
A lot of wind challenges for me, a lot of tricks out there, and it's been a great test of golf. So I'm excited for another great day. It's windy, wind's up. Hopefully I can get a couple good breaks going my way and get on a hot run and give Scotty a run for his money.
So what's the approach? You just going to grip it and rip it?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's the same strategy, just hopefully things kind of go a little differently today, and if they don't, you know, it's golf, and I'll be okay with it.
Have a great time. Thank you for your time,
Appreciate
Bryson.
it. Thank you.
Guys. Thank you, sir, so much.
Well, you see Bryson getting ready to let it rip, and he has put himself in position yet again. This birdie putt on one, and he was off and running. 15, a chance to become the leader. I don't know if you're going to see his reaction. Yeah, I think he thought he could make it, but when he did, his fans roaring. He's immensely popular, and at that point, he is the leader. This putt for par on 16. Lipped out. He lipped out a birdie similar fashion on 13 a little earlier. This is the swing, the 9-iron that's costly.
Yeah, threw it way up in the air, wind coming in his face from the right. He says he got caught with the wind. I think with the wind blowing, you're not quite sure. You got to get it down a little bit, but he chose to hit a hard short iron. You know, Bryson, I don't think he knows how to play anything but grip it and rip it and just hit it hard. And if he drops in the fairway, more than likely he's going to shoot a pretty good round.
Lost a couple there, and we've seen that double bogey is lurking everywhere, and those two, the drop shot and then the double, came immediately after he took the lead, and it coincided with that hour and change of Scotty Scheffler going nuclear, and it changed the entire tenor of this golf tournament as Scotty became our leader and Bryson now will be chasing on 13.
That was from 212 right at it. One of the best irons he's hit all day.
And excellent from McIlroy. We've been watching all morning, haven't seen many that close. 13 to this point has yielded exactly one birdie. Of course, haven't had a ton of traffic just yet. 14.
Oh, Schauffele very aggressively. Yeah, you see those numbers. He has not played this hole very well. Let's see where that ends up. Hold on. Right there. It's not going to go in the water, but he won't be putting for eagle. Pretty good shot for Xander Schauffele to 7.
Aaron Rai had it to 4 under par a little earlier this week. Might have been 5, but here his third on 7. A lot of ways to make eagle, no, but Rai will have that for birdie. That Barry mentioned a moment ago. You get to 7 and 8. That's big time chance to string a couple together to 4.
And Hovland's got a chance to get to red numbers again with the birdie at 4.
It's a double breaker. It's going to push to his right early and then back left at the hole as it gets down into that little bowl where the flag is.
So Hovland misses left. Go back to the 14th.
We saw Xander. I just did a quick check. We haven't had a player drive the green successfully yet today at 14. Sam Burns. Couple of bounces and hey,
the reverse jinx.
Okay, we got one.
Well done.
Well, he's on the green, but I'm not so sure he can see the next one, though. 90 feet to the hole.
98?
98. What's the difference?
Wow.
Scotty, you roller coaster guy? I don't fancy you are.
I mean, it depends. Like, what?
Depends on what?
Well, Curtis, I rode the one down there at Disney, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I really didn't enjoy the experience. There was some the dwarf, what's it, the mine, the little itty bitty ones. What's the name of it? No, not the teacups, for God's sake. There's just the itty bitty ones. I'm good on those. You put me in there, Guardians of the Galaxy. Went down there for the Pro Bowl. Jared Goff, if you're watching, you know you lied to me, and I'm gonna have a word with you down the road. Long answer to a short question. No, don't like roller coasters. Rye pours in the birdie. He's had a bit of a roller coaster week, but he's now back into the red numbers. About 2 hours away, you've seen Scotty arrive on the golf course as he's beginning the warm-up, have a bite to eat, get out there, get ready, and play the final round. The 4.
Makes par at 4. Bogeyed the first. Not to keep using the roller coaster pun, but that kind of explains his tournament. I mean, it is absolutely stunning outside today. The course setup is immaculate. We had weather pretty much every day before the tournament started. Had a little bit yesterday, but if you wanted to print out Sunday Major Championship weather, Curtis, this is it.
Well, and Charlotte has come out by the thousands to support this. They do it for the tour event every year, especially this year at the PGA Championship. Well over 30,000 spectators out there today. You need support from the local community, and they certainly get it here in Charlotte.
This golf course certainly well set up to play host, and they've enjoyed having the best in the world here. Max Homa, his second to 9.
4.
That's a mile left.
He's working on trying to cut it, working on doing what he used to do before it went south, and just double cross that one.
Had a 64 on Friday. That's in the rear view at this point. Rory trying to cash that great tee shot on 13. Couldn't quite. Long distance on 14.
Kept the flagstick in so he can see the hole for eagle. Sam Burns. That was well judged. Leave it right there. Almost that flat spot that Ken Brown was showing us earlier in our coverage. Back to 7.
Nico Echevarria. Oh, it's just barely over. What a shot. Another eagle possibility. Back to 13. Rory's still even in his round, and This is quite a sporting Sunday, quite a sporting weekend. What a run for journalism, by the way, in Baltimore and the Preakness. We've got a major championship. We've got a pair of Game 7s in sports, and we have got the Thunder and the Nuggets in Oklahoma City this afternoon. That's 3:30 Eastern on ABC. The Countdown crew tips off the coverage at 3 Eastern time. Wait to see who moves on to take on Anthony Edwards and Minnesota Timberwolves.
All right, kind of an awkward stance for Xander Schauffele. Landed on the green, ran all the way back to there. Leaves that for birdie.
Pretty good from there, deep rough, coming up the slope, having to go up high.
All right, now for Eagle. Do it. No. Taking dead aim at that gettable hole location. Yet another birdie. 14.
All right, Rory, Andy.
Yeah, he has plenty of firepower to get it. Breeze blowing straight left to right, which really gets in your head a little bit because you know you've got to draw it back up against the wind.
And it's thick grass down there. It starts bouncing, though, you wonder. Looks like he's okay, I think. Schauffele and Burns both made their birdie putts at 14. And both those guys now are inside the top 20. So I told you, Xander's got that streak going of major championship finishes inside the top 20. All right, next to go, Bezuidenhout.
His normal shot is a little bit left to righter, which will make this even more difficult. Can he start it at the left edge of the green? That takes a lot of courage, or maybe not thinking straight.
Yeah, important just to hit your natural shot that you're comfortable here. If you get,
oh, what a shot!
Yeah, look at this. Settle. Much like a lot of the greens, the back third of this green runs away. But if you're a fader of the golf ball, try to hit a fade here. Don't try to hit that hard draw. It doesn't work out very well. Hard to trust it with the water left.
It's a great hole.
Great short hole, yes.
And it's going to be exciting to watch the leaders, how they manage it. And you come to that tee, you figure you got to get something if you're trailing.
What does the leader do if he's up by 2 or 3?
Well, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say with that hole location, I'd play it well short.
For the
Agreed.
16th birdie now at the 8th.
You've worn me down, Curtis.
I'm glad you came to our side, Flem. Play for birdie. English couldn't play for birdie there. Misses it left. Lips out. Curtis, your thoughts early on this course setup. It appears the pins are in a spot. They've given this field an opportunity to go get one.
You know, it does, but you still have to hit quality shots. We've seen some tricky hole locations. They look pretty innocent, but being right on top of a little ridge or maybe running away at the end of the green, you still have to be pretty sharp. This is a big challenge for these players.
So English with par to the first.
22-year-old Ryo Hisatsune. We made mention of how many youngsters there are that perhaps folks watching around the States are just becoming acquainted with. And we saw Tom Kim earlier. He was 22 and has been out here for a while, but Ryo has shown that he's got a whole lot of talent. That's going to end up in one of the bunkers, it would appear. And does. With you for another 15 minutes till the top of the hour. Just under 2 hours away from Scheffler and Noren. And Griffin. He and Novak won down there in New Orleans. Fun team event. Go down there and eat your face off
and better make a lot of birdies.
Heck yeah. Carolina Tar Heel into the Carolina blue of the sky.
They have had a good golf program in the last number of years.
Safely on. And so, Dave?
Yeah, that volunteer might have deked me a little bit. I think he bounced in the water, huh, Andy?
Yeah, he definitely did. They're having trouble seeing balls up here in the sky. There's just a little light cloud cover behind, and it gets lost in the sky. And but Rory's still got an opportunity to drop this and still get it up and in for 4.
Yeah. And it does take away some of the risk of this hole that you can drop it there and still have a chance to make a par. It's risk reward, but it shouldn't be huge risk for these players.
You know, Ken Brown's piece earlier today spoke of the long, narrow part of this green, but with the drop-offs back right and back left, it's really only playing 11 paces wide back portion of this green, so very small.
Yeah.
To Curtis, I think something in the right greenside bunker is actually where you want to go, which makes the tee shot so much simpler.
Yeah, that's another thing Ken said when he did his whole demo around this hole. Is the right bunker is a good place to be with that hole.
Still a pretty good shot to get it there.
Yeah.
Such a small area. Intimidating little shot at the water.
Now Rory playing up the hill, thick grass. Generally these shots come up a little bit short because you get the ball a little bit high on the club face going up their hill. He played it beautifully.
Yes. So he'll have that to save par despite driving the ball in the water on that spectacular short par 4, 14 to 5.
Third for Neiman at 5.
Drove it in the left rough and came up just a little short. This is makeable.
Ran out of steam. He'll have that to remain 1 under for the day, 2 under for the championship, 14.
All right, is it makeable for Bezuidenhout, Andy?
It definitely is.
Yeah, that was headed in if it just gave it a little bit more. But that's a pretty nice stress-free birdie right there. Excellent drive, and it had so much steam it ran up through the green, but that'll be a birdie. Back to 1.
Rio out of the bunker. That's gorgeous. We'll have that to remain 2 under. A lot of folks on social media were surprised to see that he didn't have the earbuds. He's always kind of old soul for guys in his late 20s. Why wouldn't you have? He might have a full-on
Discman.
A Walkman. I was gonna take it back to a cassette tape. People, the youngsters out there are like, "What is that?" What's a Discman? You don't even know. Back to 14.
All right, Andy, let's see if McIlroy can make this par putt.
Well, Scotty, if you need any, I got a bunch in the basement.
I've been in that basement, seen that closet of yours. Those slacks are remarkable.
Sweaters, slacks, Walkmen.
He could dress, Mr. North.
Oh, he's cut a lot of edges today and this week.
Yeah, all the glory of what happened to him at the Masters, and it's been a frustrating week here in Charlotte for Rory McIlroy, no doubt. Doesn't diminish his accomplishment, which is historic, but I know he wanted to play better here. Of course, that he said, "Oh my goodness, what's going on down there?"
Getting a souvenir, I believe.
That ain't worth it.
That's going right in the pocket.
I hope that was worth it. I was just making some point, whatever. I looked down. I'm like, is that guy going in?
You got a replay on that, Dave?
Man. Oh, okay. Whew.
Ben Griffin now for trying to make that birdie on one. Looks to be a pair of pars for this group that went off together at 12:40. Jon Rahm tied for the lead for the moment when he birdied 16 yesterday, and then Scotty went nuts, but has played an excellent weekend of golf here. Neiman hits the lip and will drop the shot that he gained on the first hole back to 1 under. Curtis says we've only got a few more minutes together here. Just how far down the line do you even draw it? I mean, the fives, I assume you got to give a shot just because you got a couple major champions there, but that's probably the end of it, isn't it?
Well, there's also a number of fives too. You're going to have to go low, and you're going to need some help from Scotty. Anything from behind, not so sure, because I just don't see Scotty backing up, and I don't think anybody chasing expects him to back up.
The third for Burns on 15.
Anybody chasing Scott's going to have to get off to a fast start.
Well, they know that.
Rory will take this one right over the trees.
Flirted with the water a couple times this week.
Standing on this tee, I don't see taking it over these trees very often. That's a very aggressive line. But if you can carry it about 320 in the air, that makes it a little bit easier.
That's hammered. Perfect tee shot. The third for Xander. Excellent. He'll have a look for another birdie, which could move him to 6 under par for the round and 4 under for the championship. So the best rounds on the golf course are in the same grouping, and it's the tee time that came off together at 9:40 East Coast time. And they are both 5 under par. So as we get prepared to say so long to you here on ESPN and hand it off to our friends at CBS, Curtis, one last sort of thought about things. Scotty's 11 under, went wild at the end, 5 under on that closing stretch. He's won a couple of majors. He's the world's best player. What do you expect to see from him on Sunday?
Solid play. I really do. He might have a bump in the road somewhere, but he's still the best iron player in the game. He's going to give himself enough opportunities, and he'll make a few putts. He showed it yesterday. He's full of confidence after surviving the first 2 days and shooting a great round yesterday. But whatever we talk about, he still has to negotiate the last 3 holes and finish this off today.
Well, and that'll be the question, right? You talk about the green mile and water, and big numbers are lurking at around any corner here. I thought all Thursday and Friday that if there was someone that might make a move, it was Jon Rahm. Just how well he was playing, was burning edges. He's 6 under, 5 back. He too is a multiple major champion. If he's the guy that's going to make the move, he's probably got to shoot what on, say, the front? 30, 31?
Oh, I don't think you have to go that low, because you have to remember you still have 3 holes in the backside that are very birdable. You have to always remember that. But you have to take care of business on those holes.
Well, it's been such a blast to be with all of our crew. We get together once a year and get to do this, and we enjoy each other's company, and we hope that you enjoy being with us as well. We appreciate you being with us for our coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship. Our good friends over at CBS will continue the final round coverage now live from Quail Hollow. for Dave Fleming, Matt Barrett, Curtis Strange, Andy Newitt, Billy Croucher, John McGinnis, Marty Smith, Jeff Darlington, all the hardworking men and women in the trucks led by Mike McQuaid that do such a great job. We appreciate you. Enjoy the NCAA softball regionals. So long from Charlotte.
If players were given a club for every time they almost won a major, a dozen guys this week could arm a town the size of Abilene. Lots of players come close. Close enough for the loss to haunt them forever when they're getting paid to live in the almostness of fading nostalgia. But only a select few persevere to win a major. In that inch of difference between almost and champion lies the answer to so many prayers.
Today in Charlotte, North Carolina, Scotty Scheffler looks to continue his quest to amass major titles. Measured footsteps on a path to greatness at the PGA Championship. This championship isn't about settling a debate, nor declaring that one athlete is better than another,
He's taken the torch and he's running with
or saying a past generation
golfer in the world today
outshines the next. This is about what it takes to enter the conversation.
One of the greatest.
Because it's quite simple.
Oh my goodness.
On the game's biggest stage,
Perhaps just hit the shot of his life.
you gotta win.
Xander, victory at Valhalla.
In golf, there are wins and there are major wins.
And that one, the PGA Championship lure.
Competitions in which the fields are the strongest and the stakes are the highest.
He's done it. The applause won't stop.
So in the end,
He's the champion. Just brilliant.
any discussion about greatness comes down to this.
It's all his now.
How many of these
Never a doubt.
did you win?
Toby Maguire got bit by a spider. Me, must have got bit by a goat. I used to dream as a kid I would grow to be one. I hope that I inspire hope for you to go get what you
It's a
desire.
good one. It's a great one. It's wonderful.
Misdiagnosed. I'm dope and you never had this idea.
It's a Kepka coronation.
Whatever happens today isn't going to start or end any debate. But when we look back 10, 20, 50 years from now, someone might point to this championship at famed Quail Hollow.
Gorgeous shot by Schauffele.
As a moment.
He's got it all.
When we all witnessed
Perfect it is.
one of the many milestones.
They're chanting Scotty here in Charlotte.
On the ever-evolving path to greatness. CBS Sports and the Professional Golfers Association of America proudly presents the 107th PGA Championship. Well, friends, there are only 4 days a year in golf where the world's best play with a heightened sense of urgency and anxiety. 4 major championship Sundays, and this one today taking place in Charlotte. Contested at Quail Hollow Club, a course that has, since it opened in 1961, put together an impressive championship pedigree with winners that include Tiger Woods and Tom Weiskamp and Raymond Floyd and Jim Furyk, Vijay Singh. It goes on and on. Rory McIlroy 4 times. And in 2017, when the PGA was played here, Justin Thomas. Carolina blue skies greeting the world, welcoming the world to the Queen City of Charlotte. And it's great to have all of you with us. And a pleasure to be sitting alongside Trevor, Ian, Frank, and Andrew in the Super Tower with Dottie, Cole, and Mark out there with the leaders. Amanda conducting the interviews and the championship interview later on with Brad Gregory here for all the rules. Tens of thousands are on hand. We're in the 80s and we're sitting back ready to watch it all unfold with Scotty Scheffler, perhaps on the precipice of what would be his 3rd major title, the chance to add another leg after having already claimed 2 green jackets. Then there's Sweden's Alex Noren, now a resident of Florida, who's been out of action for almost 7 months before returning last week because of injuries. Out at the 16th hole we go.
Thank you very much, Jim. Defending champion Xander Schauffele. Showing you what it can be done today. Already 5 under for his round. Now up ahead, Tommy Fleetwood just missing the green. They're using a front left hole location today. You would think it's easier, makes the hole shorter, but it does bring that water into play. Oh, Fleetwood. Been toiling so hard. I thought maybe just a major might be his first win over here. Not to be this week. We'll have to wait another month or so. Sam Burns back at the tee, also 5 under for his round, 3 under for the championship.
Yeah, some great golf being played by this pair in right here, drafting off of each other. And unfortunately on that tee shot as well, both in the sand.
Yeah, playing a little follow the leader to 8.
Oh, let's take a look at this short par 4. Tyrrell Hatton on the tee, 315 today.
A little bit of help out the right. These guys will be able to skip it up there.
Already 2 eagles today, Trevor. And skip it up there he did. Easy chip. At 15.
And Rory McIlroy 1 over on his round so far today. His 3rd at the par 5. Nicely played by McIlroy. Coming off bogey at 14, has a chance to get it right back here at 15.
Rory just not able to rekindle what we saw a month ago in Augusta, but this was earlier today at the 5th.
Booming drive down there, just a little clip with the wedge. Green's still receptive with Rory going out early.
Led to a birdie for him there. Colin Morikawa, a PGA champion as well.
I love that little follow through, sawing that off with the little fade. Dancing around the cup.
Sam Burns, we just spoke about his solid Sunday performance. Big reason why, eagle at the 7th.
There are some gettable hole locations out there today. I think we're going to see better scoring than we've seen all week.
He and Schauffele are 5 under for the day. This was Xander earlier at the 8th. An eagle of his own. The winner a year ago at Valhalla. When you look at the first page of the leaderboard and those who have won major titles, you got Scotty, Rahm, and DeChambeau, all with 2 apiece, and Keegan, who took the Wanamaker Trophy in 2011. You see Keegan and others at 5 under par. Is that too far back today?
I do believe so, purely because of the respect that I have for Scotty Scheffler's game, the way he's able to maneuver himself around the golf course and not get into too much trouble. Those chasers are going to have to do something extremely special if they want to put any heat on him today.
And you see Bryson, he actually had the lead late yesterday and stumbled on the famed green mile coming in. It just changed so quickly. The final pairings, 2 o'clock Eastern time, Finau and DeChambeau matched together.
There's going to be some big hitting out of that pairing right there.
Vegas and Keegan right after them at 210. Vegas was the leader after 18 and 36 holes. Then you got John and Siwoo at 220. Rahm also one of those yesterday who was right in the thick of it, had in fact to share the lead at one time. Davis Riley out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and JT Poston raised just 65 miles up the road in Hickory, North Carolina. They're together. And lastly, it's Scotty Scheffler and Alex Noren. No one saw Noren being in the thick of things here, but he played the green mile in the couple of holes before that beautifully yesterday to seal a spot in the final pairing. Back out to the action at 2.
And local man played at North Carolina, Ben Griffin. Lots of birdies today at the 2nd. It's gettable.
He's got that Tar Heel blue shirt on.
Again. 16.
Middle of the bunker is Burns, far enough back. Lip should not be an issue. Breeze coming from his right. Goes on this one.
He sure does. Ooh.
Lucky with the soft bounce.
And the long rough to keep it out of the water, I believe.
To 15.
And a short one left for McIlroy's birdie. And he's got it. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys for Rory today. And 3 holes left to play. To 13.
Corey Connors, a little uphill. Much easier hole location though in the back. Skip it there. Green is firm. 2 under for the round. Sensational. Actually, the PGA Championship back here in 2017, he actually had a hole-in-one. Now Xander closer to the lip, 16. A little sandbar in that.
Yeah, kind of similar to Burns.
Except that one is wet.
A little taster to what we may see this afternoon down the Green Mile.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to knock it in the water around the lake there as we watch Tyrrell at 8. Nicely done, good judge. Little bounce in the fringe to take some speed off it. Tap in left for birdie. is the Kiwi Ryan Fox. Just 125 after a huge drive. And beautifully played. Well judged. Had to keep it low coming out of the Rye rough.
Well, for this entire field, it's daunting seeing the name on top of Scotty Schauffele, because he knows how to close. His 2 major titles at Augusta, he had the 54-hole lead both times. One time by 3, another time by a shot, on his way to winning the green jacket. And yesterday he surged. He surged on his way to 65, including a birdie at the 54th hole. He is driven to try to add to that resume. At 28, it's impressive already, and there's more to come, it looks like, perhaps today. CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives.